Hey guys, hope you are well. So, welcome to the Anime Fictions 2.0. This is the story about what if Naruto goes to Uzushiogakure during Wave Mission. Part 1. If you love this whatif, do subscribe for more awesome whatif. Share with your friends and enjoy them. Check out the other videos I have created. Comment down your opinion, share with your friends. So, without wasting any time, let's jump into the first part. The sun has just set on the village hidden in the leaves, Konohagakure. It was the day of the Genin selection exams. One young yellow-haired boy is in the middle of the woods trying his hardest for his makeup exam. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, screamed Naruto. Poof, a dozen clones of him came into existence. Yada! Yelled Naruto. The scrolls said that these were solid clones. Better test one out to make sure so I don't fail the exam, he observed. Come here, he told one of the clones. As it walked over, Naruto suddenly charged said clone and kicked it in its face, leaving only enough time for him to see its slightly shocked face before it poofed once more out of existence. Strange, my face kind of tingles like something struck it. Maybe I'll ask Gigi about it later. What should I do now? I've already mastered the jutsu, so I guess I could just rest, murmured Naruto to himself as he sat on the ground to wait for a teacher to grade his work. About an hour later, a man in black pants and shirt with a green flak jacket, his hair in a pineapple-looking ponytail and a scar across his nose, came into the clearing and found Naruto just napping on the ground. He steals a scroll of powerful and forbidden techniques from the most important person and place in the village, and when I find him, he's taking a nap in the middle of nowhere? He asked himself as he walked up to the young blonde. Coughing lightly into his fist, he gathered as much air into his lungs before shouting at Naruto, his head somehow growing as he did so. You moron, what the hell are you doing? Naruto, scared out of his sleep, was momentarily terrified, convinced that the village was under attack or something, before realizing he had company. Iruka-sensei, I found you, Datebao! Shouted Naruto. The now identified Iruka sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose, sighing before telling Naruto, No, I found you. Now what are you doing out here and why did you take the forbidden scroll? The blonde looked at Iruka with a rather confused expression on his face. What do you mean, Iruka-sensei? Asked Naruto. I'm here training for the makeup exam, he said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, like the color of the sky, or the awesomeness of ramen. He came out here to train? He's exhausted and was napping when I got here. How long was he working? Wait, what? What do you mean makeup exam, Naruto? Asked the scarred man. Naruto smiled as he proudly hefted the large scroll. Mizuki-sensei said that if I got this scroll from the Hokage and learned a jutsu from it, I could graduate since I failed the normal exam. That's strange. Why would Mizuki tell him that? Unless... All of a sudden the sound of shuriken and kunai being thrown reaches his ears. Naruto, get down! Shouted Iruka as he tackled his student. Well done, Iruka, I didn't think you had it in you, shouted someone in a tree on the edge of the clearing. He was a silver-haired man in the same outfit as Iruka, but with a pair of gigantic throwing stars on his back. Mizuki! What is the meaning of this? Shouted Iruka at the silver-haired man. I've gotten rather bored here, Iruka. This place has been holding me back from day one. So I found a new master, one that will give me power. All I needed was a little gift, and all that I ever wanted would be mine. You're insane, Mizuki! Shouted Iruka. Come, Naruto, let us leave this place and fulfill our every dream. Give me the scroll! Screamed the demented silver-haired man. Don't give it to him, Naruto! Yelled Iruka. Cackling, Mizuki simply asked, and why should he listen to you, the one who lied to and hated him all his life? Do you want to know why you are hated, Naruto? Why no one loves you or ever will? Stop, Mizuki! Yelled the desperate Iruka. It's because you are the nine-tailed fox that attacked the village 14 years ago. It was you who killed the fourth Hokage. It was you who killed Iruka's parents. What thought, Naruto, is that true? Am I just a monster? Did I kill all those people? Did I kill the Yondaime and Iruka's parents? If that's true, then I guess I deserve to be treated this way. No, he's not! Shouted Iruka. He's just a child who's had a burden no man should carry on his own, thrust upon his shoulders. He is Naruto Uzumaki, shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto then remembered all the people who made his lonely existence bearable. The Hokage, Iruka, and the family who ran his favorite ramen stand, the Ichirakus, and he began to smile. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. I know who I am. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the next Hokage. Mizuki just stood there and smirked. How can you be a Hokage if you're dead? He asked as he grabbed several shuriken and kunai and threw them at Naruto. Shit, thought Iruka as he tackled Naruto, getting him out of the line of fire, thus making the kunai hit him instead and pinned him to a tree. With Iruka pinned to a tree by kunai, Mizuki wound up one of his giant shuriken about to throw it, with Naruto watching from where Iruka knocked him down to. Say goodbye to your demon brat, Iruka! Screamed the insane Chunin, as he let fly with the shuriken. No, no, no! I can't let Iruka-sensei die like this. But I'm not strong enough to beat him. Do you want power, boy? What? He thought as he fell into the blackness, inside mindscape. Naruto woke up groggily, before shortly realizing he was in a strange sewer, lying in the water. Why am I in a sewer? Wait, Iruka-sensei! He started to panic slightly before realizing that before he could help his sensei, he had to find out where he was. Noticing the water was flowing like a river, he decided to go upstream to see where the source of the water was. Following the pipes, he soon came to a large chamber with an area sectioned by gigantic metal bars closed with a paper with the kanji for seal on it. Feeling this was important, he walked up to the gate, only to jump back as a large pair of red eyes opened behind it, as well as a large, toothy, disturbing-looking grin appearing and a deep, booming laughter being heard. So my warden finally graces me with his presence, said the same voice he heard in the forest. Where am I? Asked Naruto. We are in your head, Kit. The place that represents your mind, said the voice. Why, you're the fox, aren't you? The Kyuubi no Kitsune, asked the terrified Naruto. That I am, Kit. So do you want my power? Asked the fox. I do want power, but not yours. I want my own power so I can protect my precious people. If it is not my own, it would be a hollow victory, replied the young blonde. The Kyuubi stared at Naruto for a few moments before bursting out into laughter, and saying, Good answer, Kit, you're a warrior born. Tell you what, I think I'll give you a new power. Don't ask me how it works, as I only understand the basics myself. So do you accept? That depends on what this power is, and what you want in return, said Naruto, slightly suspicious of the giant fox. Once again the fox burst into laughter. This power is what I believe you mortals call a Kekkei Genkai, and all I want is a chance to see the outside world. Before Naruto could protest such an arrangement, the fox cut him off and continued his speech. I don't expect you to open the doors right now or anything like that. That comes later when I eat you. Right now I just want you to tear off a small part of the seal so that I can see through your eyes, smell through your nose, hear what you hear. After 14-odd years of being locked in a cage in the sewers, I've gotten rather bored. How large a part of the seal? Asked Naruto. About the size of your thumb, replied the Kyuubi. And yes, the ripping off a part of the seal thing is a cliché, but I don't care. Isn't a Kekkei Genkai something you get from your parents? If you're asking what I think you're asking, then yes, if you have children, then they could have this bloodline as well. What kind of Kekkei Genkai would I get? It is a power called black blood, and it turns your blood black as well as allowing you complete control over it. Again, I don't know what exactly you can do with it, but I can think of a few things, such as forming weapons with it, and making a type of armor, or simply surrounding someone with it, and crushing them to death, as well as increasing the amount of blood in your body by about triple the amount. Kyuubi explained. What do you mean triple the amount? Questioned the confused blonde. The average human adult has 5 pints of blood within their body, little over a gallon. Triple that and you get 15 pints, which is just shy of 4 gallons. You, on the other hand, are a 14-year-old midget kid, so you don't even have that much. But how would I get it out of my body without cutting myself or getting hurt over and without killing myself due to blood loss? Asked Naruto, a little miffed about being called a midget. Well, you see, when you use your powers, your skin will open up like a lid, and think Kimimaro, and when you're finished getting the blood you need, you'd simply close up without a trace, or I'd suggest you put as much into one of those sealing scrolls you mortals are so proud of as you can. As for dying from loss of blood, you'd only need the normal amount to live, which means you essentially have 2 bodies worth of blood to go through before you enter the proverbial danger zone. That does sound pretty awesome. Alright, I'll do it, Datebao! Shouted Naruto, as he walked up to the gates. He reached up to one corner of the seal and slowly and meticulously ripped off a piece no larger than the last digit of his thumb. All of a sudden, large amount of a red substance started to crawl towards and engulf Naruto. As it touched him, it started to burn, and he began screaming from the pain. Did I forget to mention this was going to hurt? Oh, how careless of me, said the fox, without a hint of remorse in his words. Naruto soon collapsed on the floor of his sewer, panting for breath as he glared at the fox. Is there anything else I should know? Let's see. Well, since this isn't a Digitsu Kekkei Genkai, there are elements that combine to make it. In this case, along with whatever your natural affinity is, you now have an affinity for earth and wind. What do you mean? Asked the clueless blonde. Very well, you idiot kid, I'll explain. Mortals usually have what are called affinities to certain elements, which means that using a jutsu from that element is not as taxing as another. Take you for example, unless your natural affinity was already for fire. Now that you have that black blood, a fire jutsu will always cost more than either an earth jutsu or a wind jutsu. Suga. So I have 3 affinities now? Asked the suddenly hyperactive Naruto. Silence! Screamed the fox, instantly getting Naruto to calm down. You might have 3 affinities, kid. Earth or wind might have already been your natural affinity. Scolded the fox, leaving a sheepish Naruto. So my blood is now black? You said I had complete control of it. How does that work? How do I control it? Wondered Naruto. Yes, it is, and from my understanding you simply have to channel chakra to your black blood and then it will bend to your will. Now I believe you have a teacher to save Kit. Iruka-sensei. Holy crap, I forgot all about him. How do I get out? How do I get out? Screamed a now panicking Naruto as he ran around in circles, waving his arms around like a maniac. If you allow me to speak, I will answer you. If you wish to leave, all you simply have to will it. But before you go, I don't suppose you could do something about this place, could you? It is rather depressing, said the fox. I'll do as much as I can when I have the time, promised Naruto, even as he felt once again that he was falling into darkness. Real world. Naruto came to just in time to see that the giant shuriken that Mizuki had let fly had moved perhaps a foot from where it had been before he had met with the fox. Thinking quickly, he remembered the fox's words on how to control the blood and his idea of using it for armor. He jumped between Iruka and the shuriken, and held up a hand palm out. He then focused as much chakra as he could into the blood vessels in his forearm and hand and thought about the blood hardening. As Iruka watched in horror, and Mizuki watched in glee, the shuriken got closer and closer and then struck Naruto's outstretched hand. But rather than cutting his hand off, it barely cut him before it stopped. Mizuki and Iruka watched awestruck as Naruto tossed the shuriken to the side and growled at the silver-haired man. Just try to hurt Iruka-sensei, you piece of shit. I'll repay you anything you do to him 1,000 times over. Naruto. How did you do that? Mumbled Iruka to himself. What can you do, little fox? You're just a poor little abomination that needs to be put out of its misery. After I kill you, I'm going to kill Iruka as well, screamed Mizuki, cackling insanely. We'll see about that, team, yelled Naruto as he made a classic hand sign. Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone jutsu. 1,000 Narutos popped into existence, and stared with utter hatred at Mizuki, who was starting to sweat profusely. Bring it on, little demon! You are nothing compared to my might. Suddenly a strange black substance came out of and covered every Naruto's cut right hand, covering his arm up to the elbow. After every Naruto had his arm covered, they charged the silver-haired man. One ass-kicking later, a beaten and bloodied Mizuki lay on the ground as a sweaty and exhausted Naruto stood panting over him, panting. He then walked over to Iruka and said, I did it, before pulling all the kunai out of his friend. Naruto, can you sit down and close your eyes? Asked Iruka to a very surprised Naruto. Sure, Iruka-sensei, said Naruto. Soon he felt a strange weight on his head and had to resist the temptation to look. All right, Naruto, said Iruka, causing the blonde to open his eyes. The first thing he noticed was that Iruka no longer had his Hittite, which caused him to feel his forehead. He then started to tear up as he felt Iruka's hatayate on his head. Congratulations, Naruto. You passed this year's genin selection exam, said Iruka with a proud smile towards his favorite student. He was then tackled to the ground by an ecstatic blonde blur, which was laughing merrily. Nah, Naruto, how did you do that anyways? The thing with the shuriken in your arm, wondered the scar-faced man. Oh, that's easy, Iruka-sensei. It was a Kekkai Genkai that the fox gave me. You're damn right I did, said the fox, startling Naruto for a second, but he decided to worry about it later. Iruka wondered for a second if he had gone crazy or was sleeping, but he had always been sane and he was in too much pain to be asleep. I'm sorry? Asked a deeply confused Iruka. When Mizuki team threw that shuriken at you, the fox pulled me into my, I think he said, mindscape or something? Anyways, it asked me if I wanted power, and I told it only if it was my own power to protect my precious people, or else it would be a hollow victory. It then gave me a bloodline which allows me to freely control my blood as well as tripling the amount of blood in me. He then told me that if I didn't have it before then I have both an earth and a wind elemental affinity. It then said that I can give the ability to my kids if I had any. The new genin ecstatically explained to his sensei. Interesting, Naruto. Well, now that this whole fiasco is over, how about we give the scroll back to Hokage-sama, and then go have some ramen to celebrate? Yada, ramen! Screamed the blonde while going to pick up the almost forgotten forbidden scroll. As they left for the Hokage's office, neither one noticed nor cared that the Hokage's elite forces, the Umbu, showed up and took Mizuki away. At the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, otherwise known as the Sandaime Hokage, looked at the young man who he considered a grandson and his teacher as they explained the events of the night. And then Naruto picked up the scroll and we came here, Hokage-sama. Finished Iruka, who was standing at attention in front of the Hokage's desk. Very well. Mizuki has been apprehended and been placed in a cell at the TNI department. As for you, Naruto, I'm very proud you were able to beat Mizuki even if it was foolhardy and reckless of you. I am going to approve Iruka's decision and make you a full genin. I am also going to give you the mission pay for a B rank and put one on your record. Report tomorrow at the academy at 10 to receive your team assignments. But before you go, I'd like a sample of your blood so that we may run some tests on it to see what you can do, said the Hokage. What do you mean sample, Gigi? And didn't I already tell you what I can do? Asked a thoroughly confused whiskered genin. Well, Naruto, some abilities have uses that can only become apparent after serious study and deliberation. I just want you to live up to your full potential, explained the aged man. Alright, Gigi, do you have something to keep the blood in? The Hokage thought for a minute before he called Nico-san. After he called, a young woman with purple hair and a cat mask appeared kneeling before the Hokage, and asked, What may I do for you, Hokage-sama? Do you have some kind of container that we may use for a sample of Naruto's blood? Asked the Hokage. No, I do not, sir, but Tora is a medic, so he may have one, she replied as a man in a tiger mask appeared with a glass vial. Naruto, can you put some blood in the vial or do you need some sort of assistance? Asked Hiruzen. Thanks, Gigi, but Kyuubi told me how to do this, he said excitedly as he held out his left hand palm up. After about 3 seconds, 2 bisecting lines appeared on his palm and the skin split, and blood flowed out. The 4 adults in the room looked worryingly at Naruto only to see that he didn't look uncomfortable in the slightest. After an amount of blood had come out, his hand closed without even so much as a scar. Fascinating, thought the Hokage and Tora. The blood then began to hover in the air in a sphere about 3 inches across, and Naruto started to sweat from the concentration needed to do this. The blood then began to flow into the vial. Naruto only got about 3/4 of it into the vial before his concentration broke and the rest fell onto the floor, the Hokage's desk, and Tora's gloved hand. Sorry, Gigi, said Naruto as he looked at the floor and the desk where his blood had fallen, looking both mentally and physically exhausted. It's alright, Naruto, replied Hiruzen, it can be cleaned. Now how about you go home and rest? You have a big day tomorrow. But Gigi, whined Naruto, Iruka-sensei promised me ramen. Smiling, Iruka replied, tell you what, Naruto, I'll take you for ramen tomorrow. Right now you look dead on your feet. How about it? I'll hold you to that, Iruka-sensei promised Naruto as he bid everyone goodbye. But just as he was about to leave, he remembered something and turned to the Hokage, much to the surprise of everyone present. Hey Gigi, is there something I should know about Kage Bunshin? Because I was testing it out, and I kicked one in the face, and after it disappeared it seemed like I knew what it felt like to be kicked in the face. Everyone just looked surprised at his observation as Hiruzen decided to tell Naruto of the perks of the Kage Bunshin Jutsu. Well, Naruto, the Kage Bunshin is a very special technique in that when a clone is dispelled, its memories are transferred back to the user and any other remaining clones. So anything that you the clones do you learn as well? Naruto scrunched his face up in thought, then asked, so if one of the clones memorized a book and then dispelled, I'd memorize the book as well? The others just looked surprised at his observation. Yes, Naruto, that is exactly correct. It also works with jutsu or chakra control exercises. If a clone masters something, then you get the experience, and you master it as well. Something that would take 2 hours would only take 1 with a clone, and something that takes a year would only take a month with 12. It is a great training tool, and since you have such high chakra levels, you could make hundreds of clones, and you could master pretty much anything easily. At this point, Naruto had sparkles in his eyes as he considered the possibilities of what his Gigi had said, and then he grew slightly confused. Nijiji? What are chakra control exercises? The Hokage looked slightly exasperated and simply told Naruto that he would tell him next time Naruto came for a visit. After some grumbling on Naruto's part, he left to go sleep. After Naruto had gone, he turned to Tora and told him with the utmost seriousness and a tone that said, "Do not fuck this up. I need you to go to the hospital and have the leading hematologist run every single test imaginable twice on this sample. I don't care if he's sick with only hours to live. This power was born of the fox, and I don't want any unneeded complications. Do you understand me, Tora?" "Hi, Hokage-sama," said Tora as he disappeared to do as the Hokage told him. After he left, Hiruzen dismissed Nico, sighed and turned to Iruka. "What do you think? Can we trust Naruto's new powers?" Iruka thought for a moment before replying, "We may not be able to trust his new ability, but I place every trust imaginable in Naruto." "I agree, Iruka, but it is better to be safe than sorry. I'm going to be putting a tail on Naruto for a while to make sure his new ability doesn't have drawbacks," said the now rather solemn Hokage. "How long will this tail be on him?" asked the Chunin. Hiruzen thought about it and said, "Until his first C-rank mission." Iruka seemed to accept that and bid the Hokage good night. After he left, the Hokage swiveled his chair to face the window and sighed. It's going to be a long next few days. After Naruto had done all the things necessary to go to bed, he crawled inside, and just as he was about to drift into unconsciousness, "Kit, we need to talk. Kit, we need to talk." Mindscape. Naruto once again felt himself falling into the darkness, except this time he rather welcomed it. He again found himself in front of the cage. "What do you want for ball?" asked a tired Naruto. "Screw you, kid, I just wanted you to make good on your promise to fix this abysmal sewer," retorted an annoyed fox demon. "What do you want me to do?" inquired the blonde. "I don't give a damn as long as there's more green," grumbled the fox. Naruto thought for a moment, and then closed his eyes. When he opened them up, it was an improvement. They were now in a cave with the stalactites and stalagmites acting as the prison bars, with sunlight pouring in through holes in the ceiling, which allowed moss to grow all over the place. One thing that was similar was the steady drip, drip, drip of water upon the small pools that were everywhere. All in all, it was a rather beautiful place for those poetically inclined. Which sadly neither inhabitant was. "What the hell is this?" roared Kyubi. "It's the best I could do on such short notice, and if you don't recall, I had a life or death struggle not 2 hours ago. I'm tired and I want to sleep. Also, you said you didn't care as long as there was more green," argued /whined Naruto, pointing to the moss. The fox, realizing the blonde had a point as well as not liking his own words being used against him, decided to remain quiet. "So may I leave now?" asked Naruto. "Not yet, Kit. I want to have a word with you about your conduct as a ninja. I want you to get your head in the game. Act serious. I have a reputation to uphold." "What do you mean, Kyubi?" "I do take being a ninja seriously." "No, you don't, Kit. You treat it as if it were some big game." "Well, newsflash, it's not. It's a life filled with death and isolation. In your time you will have to kill, and you will most likely also be killed. And before you say otherwise, look at your Gigi. How many shinobi are his age? How many are half his age? Naruto sat there trying to think of a comeback. Listen to me and maintain my image, and I will do all I can to help you, but know this. If I catch you slipping up, I will devour your soul in an instant. Do I make myself clear? Naruto, after a moment's thought, nodded. Alright, Kyubi, if you think you can help me, I will do as you say. But so help me, if you lead me down what I think is the wrong path, I will not hesitate to turn around, said Naruto to the fox, with eyes shining with determination. After a brief stare down, both parties grinned. This was going to be an interesting relationship. The next day, as Naruto awoke from his slumber, he began to remember the events from last night. Man, that was one crazy dream, he said as he began stretching. I agree with you, Kit, I am too good to be true, said the kitsune, startling Naruto enough where he fell out of bed. What the hell? Yelled Naruto as the Kyubi laughed at him from inside his head. Wow, Kit, you really are dumb as a brick, said the Kyubi, ignoring the indignant, weren't you supposed to do something today? Oh, I get assigned to my genin team today, shouted the ecstatic blonde ninja. As he started to get dressed, he suddenly found himself flinching at the sharp reprimand coming from within his head. I swear to whichever god you believe in most that if after today you wear those disgusting orange eyesores, I will follow my brother and give you such horrible nightmares you won't sleep for a month. What's wrong with my jumpsuits? Shouted an indignant Naruto. They are abominations, and to throw them out would do a disservice to the trash, as well as they are highly impractical in the field. You might as well just hold up a gigantic sign that says, "Over here, come kill me." Also, you don't have to say your answers out loud. While it would be funny to see the villagers' reactions to you talking to yourself, I'd hate for you to be in a room for crazy people. After a little more arguing, Kyubi managed to convince Naruto to give up the jumpsuits. At the academy, as Naruto was walking in to get assigned to his team, he nearly bumped into another person. This boy was Kiba Inuzuka, another graduate who had fawn tattoos on his face, and what to Naruto seemed like a strange obsession with dogs. Hey Dobe, what are you doing here? Only the people that graduated should be here, asked Kiba, shouting for no real reason. As Naruto was opening his mouth to respond, he listened to what Kyubi told him to do, and so he just smirked, pointed to his Hittite, and walked past the flabbergasted dog lover. Looking around for a seat, he decided to take one near the middle of the class, in an empty row, and just observe the rest of the class. After a while, twin purple and red blurs shot into the classroom. As they stopped just inside the door, you could tell it was two young girls, one a platinum blonde, the other a pinkette. As they went off on each other about Kami knows what, Kyubi decided to strike up a conversation. What kind of kunoichi has pink hair? Shut up, Kyubi. Sakura-cha silence, Kit. Why do you even like her? All she does is hit you while fawning over duck ass over there. Come on, Kyubi, she's not that bad. For once, Kit, you're right. She's worse. As they had their silent argument, Iruka walked in and saw that everybody was there, so he decided to start. All teams are canon, too lazy to do anything else. Team 7 had been waiting for over an hour, and they had gotten bored. Sasuke was simply brooding in a corner. Sakura was fawning over him, trying to strike up a conversation, and Naruto was hovering somewhere between states of consciousness. Naruto! Yelled Kyubi, startling Naruto out of his semi-conscious haze. Yeah? If you're bored, why don't you practice with that gift I gave you? Because I don't know. Why not? Nothing else to do. What do you have in mind? Why not simply try to make shapes out of the blood? Shrugging, Naruto held out his right hand palm up, which didn't go unnoticed by his teammates, who were wondering both what he was doing and why he was even there. To their shock, Naruto's hand suddenly split open and some kind of black substance was pouring out. Neither could really look away from the spectacle, but for rather different reasons. I think I'm gonna be sick, thought Sakura, turning a little green. How is the dobe doing that? Wondered Sasuke, finding himself interested despite his self-imposed aloofness. Then the liquid began to form shapes. It first turned into a slightly lopsided sphere, then a star, then a rectangle, a heart, a pyramid, switching to seemingly random shapes at seemingly random times, though as time passed, the shapes got less defined and he was starting to struggle. Dobe, what are you doing and what is that stuff? Sasuke asked rather awkwardly. Well, team, I'm trying to control it, and as for what it is, it's my blood," he said casually, as if simply remarking on the weather, though his new comrades almost threw up. "What the hell? Why is your blood black? I mean, I've seen it before and it was red, and how the hell are you controlling it?" screeched the pink-haired kunoichi, nearly deafening both of the males. Worse. "Shut up." After digging in his ear with a finger so he could hear again, he simply responded, "It's my Kekei Genkai. I unlocked it last night." For his part, he and Kyubi were holding their laughter in at their flabbergasted expressions. Sasuke was the first to come out of his stupor, and seemed to take it personally that the dobe could have a bloodline and that he unlocked it before Sasuke himself unlocked his. So he once again retreating to a corner to brood. Sakura returned to the world of the living a few minutes later, and decided not to believe him, since him having a bloodline would put him somewhere near her Sasuke-kun. Not at the same level, of course, but close enough. Naruto was simply content to, for the moment, ignore his companions and focus on his new training, trying to keep his focus and make more and more complex shapes. But he could only keep his focus for at most a few minutes, and make the most basic of shapes, and then the fun of his teammates bickering over dating rights would begin again, and would make it harder for him to do anything. This was the scene that Kakashi walked in on, another hour and a half later. A black-haired one in a corner seeming angry for some reason, a pink-haired kunoichi fawning all over him outrageously, and the third blonde one sitting near the windows, with a black mass hovering over his hand, forming shapes. Kakashi had been told of Naruto's new abilities, yes. But being told was one thing, seeing was another. While he was slightly intrigued, he hid it well behind his mask of indifference. "Team 7? He lightly asked, which apparently startled the new genin. As the brooder shot to his feet, the pink-haired one jumped so hard she fell out of her chair, and Blondie lost all concentration and the black liquid just fell to the desk. "You know you're cleaning that, right?" deadpanned the jounin. After some mild cursing he continued with, "Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes." Before vanishing in a swirl of leaves. "So how about we introduce ourselves, likes, dislikes, plans for the future, dreams, things like that," said Kakashi lightly. "Well, sensei, how about you do it first, and show us how it's done?" asked Sakura. Alright, my name is Kakashi Hatake. I like many things, I dislike a few things, and I really don't have a dream." "Now you Pinky," slightly miffed at the nickname, and the lack of information, Sakura said with some obvious strain in her voice. "My name is Sakura Haruno. I'm the best kunoichi in the class. I like Sasuke, and hate Naruto, and my dream for the future? Well," she looked at Sasuke at this point and gave a squeal that sent a slight shiver down the spine of the three men. Pointing at Sasuke, he said, "You're up, sunshine." Sasuke humphed and began, "My name is Sasuke Uchiha, and I don't have very many likes, which means I have a large number of dislikes. I don't have a dream, but I do have an ambition. To kill a certain man and restore my clan." Kakashi sighed as Sakura blushed at both his ambition and how cool he was. "Alright, Blondie, you're up," he said, pointing to Naruto. Naruto paused for a moment, and then, once again following the advice of Kyubi, simply shrugged and said Naruto Uzumaki. After a few moments of silence, Kakashi asked, Well, what? Are you going to finish?" "I did." "No, you didn't. All you gave was your name." "But isn't that the same amount of information you gave Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi once again sighed, and decided to let it slide for a bit, as Sakura was berating Naruto for trying to be cooler than her Sasuke-kun. "So I have a brooding avenger, an annoying fangirl, and a petty blonde. I'm screwed." "Well, now that we're introduced," at this point Sakura just humphed, "let me tell you about your next test." "What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? I thought we already passed our genin test," asked Sakura. "Well, Sakura, that was just to weed out the hopeless. This next test is to sift out those with actual potential, and has a 66% failure rate. This test will take place at Training Ground 7 at around 7 o'clock tomorrow. Don't be late. Oh, and you probably shouldn't eat breakfast or else you'll throw up." Ja-ne. The silver-haired jounin then disappeared in a swirl of leaves with an evil chuckle, leaving the three of them with their own thoughts. "Humph, I'll no doubt pass this test. These losers probably won't, and then I'll be apprenticed to a jounin, and I'll get strong enough to kill him. I don't care if Naruto passes. I just want to be with my Sasuke-kun. I really hope I don't have to do all this crap again." Too many life or death struggles are bad for you. Speak for yourself. Somewhere in town, walking around, Naruto was simply wondering how to pass the time. What do you think, Kyubi? Well, you could go shopping for clothes. Or do that clone thing the decrepit old man was talking about. Hey, Gigi is not a decrepit old man, Databeo. Whatever, just do something, you're boring me. Naruto then walked into a shop called Higarashi's, considered by many to be the best place in town for ninja supplies. Hello, can I help you? Asked the girl behind the counter. Yeah? Can you direct me to the ninja clothing section? Not if that's what you're going to wear. It's in the back just past that rack of swords. If you need anything, I'm Tenten. Naruto, after grumbling about how no one appreciated the color orange, thought for a moment, and just couldn't help himself. What's your name if I don't need anything? After dodging several kunai, he made it to the clothes section and started picking stuff out. After about 10 minutes, he walked up to the counter and placed down several sets of the same outfit. Black shinobi pants, black shinobi sandals, with a dark green camo jacket, and an orange sash. He just couldn't completely give up the orange, along with a new set of kunai and shuriken. He didn't buy any shirts since the Kyubi decided that the black undershirts he usually wore would suffice. Is that all? Asked Tenten. Unless you think there's something that could help me train, said Naruto. We have some weights if you'd like some. So Naruto picked some arm and leg weights as well as a vest, all of which were adjustable. Then, after paying for everything, Naruto took the clothes to his apartment, changed, put on just enough weight to make it hard to move, and went to go train for a bit, since it was only around noon. 2. Random training ground. Naruto was wondering of what to do when Kyubi told him, why not send a clone or two to the old man and ask him for one of those exercises, and go send a couple to the library for some books. Ah, but books suck. They're boring. Perhaps I phrased it wrong, Kit. Send about 10 clones to the library now. Although, you should probably henge them so nobody wonders why there are 10 of you at the library. Fine, you stupid fox. About 3 hours later, over 100 Naruto clones were lining up with their own separate trees. All had bruises and scratches, and all were panting. Another 100 clones were working on controlling the black blood. All the while that this was happening, the real Naruto was simply working on his body, push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, laps, punching and kicking a training log, and throwing kunai and shuriken. This was the scene that Iruka walked in on as he was about to take Naruto for some ramen. Wow, he only heard about it yesterday, and he's already using the Kage Bunshin, Shadow Clone, to help him train. He's going to be terrifying in his prime. Hey Naruto! How about we get that ramen I promised you and you can tell me about your new sensei? Sure, Iruka-sensei, just let me do something, he responded as he turned back to his clones. Alright, if you're almost out of chakra, dispel. The rest of you henge and go to the library and just read whatever. At this point, most of the clones dispelled, leaving only around 10 with the original Naruto and those at the library, giving them a massive case of memory overload and a huge headache. Ah! What the hell? Screamed the blonde. Well, that's what happens when you get several weeks' worth of memories in a single second, explained Iruka. So dispel slowly next time, right? Yeah. Naruto's apartment next day. Naruto was about to leave when Kyubi asked, Kit, why haven't you eaten anything? Well, Kakashi-sensei told us not to since we would puke. No, he suggested you not eat. There is a rather large difference. Besides, if he is going to work you as hard as he said, then you're going to throw up regardless of whether or not you have something in your stomach. And if he's as late as he was yesterday, then anything you eat now will have been mostly digested by then. I suppose you have a rather good point, Kyubi. Do you think I should send some clones to the library now? Sure, Kit. You should also leave a number here to practice wall walking and then ceiling walking. Training ground. Hello, Sakura-chan, team, said Naruto casually. Dobe, what are you wearing? Asked Sasuke. Yeah, Naruto. Stop trying to impress me. It's not going to work. Sasuke is my one and only, yelled Sakura. Why is the first thing you think when you see me doing something different is that I'm trying to impress you? Are you really that full of yourself? How could I not have noticed? Because you're a moron. Because that's the usual reason, replied Sakura smugly. Naruto shrugged, not able to deny the truth behind the words, and simply said, I felt like a change. I'm a ninja now, so I should at least look the part. Whatever, Dobe, new clothes or not, you're still going to fail this test. Once a loser, always a loser. Naruto shrugged again and sat in the shade to work on his blood control, which with the work of his clones had increased dramatically. 3.5 hours later, training ground. Yo! Said the silver-haired jounin. You're late! Screeched Sakura. Well, my alarm clock was broken, he said as he pulled one out of his hip pouch which was working perfectly, and a pair of bells. Alright, your job is to get these 2 bells from me before noon, which is 1.5 hours away. If you can't get a bell in that time, you will be tied to a stump and I will eat your lunch in front of you. As Sakura and Sasuke's stomach growled, all 3 genin had the same thought. So that's why he didn't want us to eat. Everyone noticed that Naruto's stomach hadn't growled and stared at him. Naruto, for the umpteenth time that day, shrugged and said, it was only a suggestion. You only have to get 1 bell. There are only 2, so one of you will definitely be tied to the stump, and the person who doesn't take a bell fails. So at least one of you will be sent back to the academy. If you want, you can use shuriken and kunai. You won't succeed unless you're actively trying to kill me, said the jounin, much to the shock of the 3 genin. But you'll be in danger. Shuriken and kunai are lethal weapons, shouted the smartest member of the team, Sakura. I highly doubt that. In fact, I'm pretty sure you're more in danger of hurting yourselves with those pointy objects than you are of hurting me, he replied cheerily. At this, the 3 genin were seething and ready to attack the man. He let the statement hang in the air, just to get that extra juicy dose of weak killer intent from his genin. Now, begin! As he said this, all 4 of them jumped in different directions, with Kakashi going to the middle of the clearing. A rather nice breeze began to blow across the training field. The jounin looked towards the forest. Not bad. I can sense them, of course, but they could probably hide from any genin to low-level chunin opponent. As he thought this, he felt a presence behind him and turned to see Naruto just standing there nonchalantly. Or not. You know that you're supposed to be hiding, right? Wondered the jounin. Something tells me that even if I tried to hide from you, I wouldn't be able to. I mean, you are a jounin for a reason. If a genin could sneak up on you, then you suck at your job, said the boy to the jounin. Thanks for bringing up that point, Kyubi, thought the boy to his demon. No problem, kid, though I am going to have to stop spoon-feeding you the answers, said the Kyubi. Oh, you caught that? Asked Kakashi. There's also no way that a fresh from the academy genin could so much as touch you without a direct line to Lady Luck, so something else is going on. I don't know what that something else is, but there you go. Impressive, he figured about half of it out. I'll have to silence him before he can tell the others, thought Kakashi. As a jounin sensei, I am supposed to teach the 3 basic shinobi arts. Lesson 1, Taijutsu. He told Naruto as he placed one of his hands into his hip pouch. Isn't Taijutsu hand-to-hand combat? So why would you be reaching for a weapon? Asked Naruto. A weapon? Aren't you cocky? You are nowhere near the level required for me to use a weapon on you, replied Kakashi as he pulled out an orange book with the title Aika Aika Paradise. Sensei? Why do you have a book? Asked the confused as all hell genin. Why, so that I can figure out what happens in the end, responded the silver-haired Cyclops. With this blatant disrespect, Naruto proceeded to pull out 2 kunai and shuriken and throw them at the man. He then pulled out another kunai and charged as Kakashi caught one of his kunai, blocked the rest of the projectiles with it, and then dropped it. When he reached the jounin, Naruto quickly tried a horizontal slice to cut the man's head off, which was even more quickly ducked under. Naruto then twisted his body in order to heel kick the man, which Kakashi dodged by moving to his left. Naruto then took another swipe with the kunai only for the man to jump backwards. Naruto used the momentum for his swipe in order to spin full circle to increase the power when he threw his kunai, but no one was there. All of a sudden Sakura burst out of the bushes screaming, Naruto, behind you. At this Kakashi started saying "Tula," before getting interrupted by 4 black spikes shooting out of Naruto's back. Shit! He has way more control over it today than he did yesterday, Kakashi screamed in his mind. What were you saying, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Naruto, before getting curb-stomped into the river. Well, that didn't go as planned, thought Naruto to himself underneath the water. What the hell did you expect? You said it yourself, you wouldn't be able to lay a finger on that guy. So what am I supposed to do? Naruto thought back as he used chakra to stick to the bottom of the pond. Think about what he said. There are 2 bells but 3 of you, which would be a 66% pass rate. But yesterday he said it was 9 out of 27, which is 33%. That means that either only 1 of each team will pass, or 3 out of 9 teams of 3 will pass. Now, what does that mean? How the hell should I know? The only thing I can think of is that we are supposed to work together. But having only 2 bells would make it so that we would fight. Exactly, Kit. What better way to defeat your enemies than to pit them against each other? You may have a point there, responded the blonde as he ceased using chakra and started to swim to the surface. Did he drown Naruto? Was the combined thought of the 3 people above the water as Naruto hadn't surfaced in over a minute. All of a sudden a number of shuriken began to shoot out at Kakashi, which he simply caught. So you were simply trying to get me to lower my guard, thinking that you had drowned? Asked the man. Not really, I was just thinking, and I think I may have figured out the true nature of this test. Oh? And what's that? I really don't see the need to tell you, responded the whiskered genin as he charged the man with what appeared to be a staff made of his blood. As the two were having their conversation, a Naruto came up on Sasuke and Sakura at the same time and said the same thing. We need to work together. Whatever, Dobe, I don't need dead weight, and you'll just hold me back, said Sasuke, as he went off to find a good place to fight Kakashi, leaving the clone to dispel itself. No way in hell, Naruto. The only one I'll work with is Sasuke, and screeched Sakura as she went off into the forest to get away from another Naruto clone, who also dispelled itself. Well, what do you know, he really did figure it out, thought Kakashi as he dispelled the clone that had been distracting him. What to do, what to do? What do you think, Kyubi? Asked Naruto from his position in a clearing. Maybe you should wait until they get their asses kicked, and then ask again, responded the fox. After having a rather pleasant discussion about which type of meat is the best, Naruto said pork while Kyubi said rabbit. They hear a scream. Looks like Sakura is out of the running, thought Naruto to the Kyubi. Probably. Let's go wake her useless ass up, Kyubi commanded Naruto. Searching through the forest, Naruto felt a large flare of chakra. So team is fighting too, huh? I'll find Sakura first, and then go scrape him off the forest floor. Soon enough they come upon an unconscious Sakura, and began shaking her to get her awake. Sakura-chan, Sakura-chan, you need to get up, we need to work together. Soon enough, Sakura began to stir. As she was waking up she started to mumble and then without warning, pounced on Naruto, screaming Sasuke-kun. After realizing what was going on, she immediately let go and slapped Naruto. Naruto, what are you doing, you pervert? Stop trying to feel me up while I'm unconscious, she scolded. What did I do? I was shaking your shoulder trying to wake you up when you jumped on me. An indignant blonde shouted back. What of Sasuke-kun? Now look what you did, you distracted me so I would lose track of Sasuke-kun and he would die, so that you wouldn't have competition, didn't you? She screeched accused of him. I've heard blondes are stupid, but I guess they only hold second place when the pinkets are involved. I was trying to wake you up, Databeo, insisted the blonde as Sakura ran off into the woods. Well, that was a dud deal, he mused to himself, waiting for something to happen. Ah, Sasuke-kun is just ahead. Sigh, let's go check it out, Kyubi. I say let them stew in their own filth. Naruto then proceeded to walk over to where he heard the voice from while arguing with the fox. When they reached the clearing, Naruto and Kyubi stared, and stared, and stared, and then burst out in hysterical laughter at the scene in front of them. 3. It's a good thing Pinky is wearing pants or Duck Ass would be getting one hell of a view. After Naruto had calmed down, he made a few clones to help him dig Sasuke out while they talked. Now do you believe me when I say we need to work together? Asked Naruto. Whatever, Dobe, I don't need you, responded Sasuke, free down to his sternum. Listen, team, we need to work together. How many two-man teams have you ever heard of? The Sannin, the Ino Shikacho trio, even the fourth had a team. Why would they stick us in a team of 3 just to tear us apart? Shouted the blonde as he dug up Sasuke's waist. I suppose, Dobe, responded Sasuke as got out of the hole after his teammate finished digging him up. Now let's wake up Sakura. After about 10 minutes, the two of them succeeded in getting Sakura out of La Land, and after another 5, they got her to stop crying and off Sasuke. It was at that point that Naruto explained his reasoning to Sakura. She at first didn't say anything, looked at Sasuke, nodded to herself, and attacked the blonde. "What the hell are you doing?" screamed the blonde as he jumped into a tree. "There's no way that Baka, Naruto, would ever think up something like that, so that means you have to be Kakashi-sensei. If you're going to henjin to someone, you should at least act like them," she shouted as she started throwing kunai and shuriken at him. "They've got a point, you know," observed Kyubi. Shut the hell up, Sakura-chan, relax." "It's me!" shouted Naruto as he dodged and swerved Sakura's attacks, only to be hit by a lucky shot. It was as Naruto was on the ground nursing a gash in his arm when the bell went off. 5 minutes later, it was an awkward silence that the three genin potentials shared as Kakashi walked up to them, with Sakura tied to a post, Sasuke sitting there, and Naruto with his arm wrapped in bandages. "What the hell was that?" Kakashi nearabouts screamed at the three of them. This was a total disaster. "Sasuke, you decided that the others were worthless and would only bring you down, and then when Naruto was under attack, you did nothing to help him. Sakura, you did absolutely nothing but tried to suck up to Sasuke, and Naruto, you tried to do everything by yourself. Naruto did figure out the test, but I need to see actual teamwork, not just talk. Let me ask you something, do you think this is a game? You make me ashamed to be called shinobi. If I had my way, you would be dropped from the program, but I'll give you one more shot, and that's it. Eat your lunches, but Sakura doesn't get any." And with that the man left the three of them with an awkward silence. "So what now?" asked Sakura. "Here, Sakura-chan, I ate breakfast so I shouldn't be too affected by not eating, and we all need our strength," responded the blonde as he held out his bento. "Here," Sasuke said suddenly as he too offered some of his bento box to Sakura, saying, "We can all share, that way we all get to eat some food. And besides, what better way to show teamwork than to feed a starving comrade?" As the two males were taking turns feeding the girl, a huge cloud of smoke poofed into existence, and out of it Kakashi appeared. "Yeah!" he screamed, effectively making the three genin crap themselves. "You pass 3. Kakashi finished with a smile, getting a WTF face from all of them. "Huh!" was the combined intelligent response. "You pass. You are the first to disobey me and feed their comrade, and a true ninja must see underneath the underneath," said the silver-haired man as he walked to the stone in front of the posts. "This stone has a list of heroes. It is a list of those who lost their lives in the line of duty. The names of all my friends are on this stone. Remember, those who disobey the rules are trash, but those who don't care about and abandon their comrades are lower than that." As he was talking, the three children were hanging on every word like a lifeline. "He's awesome. Now that concludes the training for today. Meet me here at 7 a.m. Tomorrow we begin our duties as Team 7. The Jounin shouted as he gave the three a thumbs up. "Yes," screamed Sakura and Naruto. Hokage's office 1 month later. The past month became rather routine for Naruto. Wake up, send several shadow clones to library, train with other shadow clones in control, meet up with team, do teamwork exercises for a few hours, eat, do a mission, train some more, go home, eat, go to bed, sleep. Wash, rinse, and repeat. Naruto once more followed the fox's advice and started pumping as much blood as he could into a pair of sealing scrolls, which led to an incident where he had to go to the hospital from lack of blood. With his exercises and control of both his chakra and blood, he is now able to make rather complex shapes for longer periods of time. However, the more complex, the less time he can control it. The third Hokage was sitting at his desk once again reading the report on Naruto's blood sample. Subject: Naruto Uzumaki. Full report. This new type of blood, while exactly like normal blood in most ways, has distinct differences to normal blood. The most obvious being that it is black, for this is due to the fact that it has several times more iron than normal red blood cells, which, given the subject's control over it, could make it a very versatile and deadly weapon. It also has no discernible blood type. When placed with other samples of blood, the subject's, for lack of a better word, infects the normal blood, turning it into the black blood as well, meaning that the subject could make near infinite amounts by taking the blood of others. It is unknown what would happen if it were to be placed into a living host, but with the aspect of control, it could have very interesting mission aspects. However, when placed with other blood with a Kekkai Genkai 5, it reacted in an extremely violent manner, injuring several of my assistants. When the blood infects another sample, the sample becomes like the black blood in every way. Report end. Hiruzen sighed as he took a draw from his pipe. I should get Naruto a physical to see how his body has acclimated to the blood. Just then, a rather scratched up Team 7 walked in, carrying 6, a struggling brown cat with a red ribbon in its hair. Capture Tora mission complete, Hokage-sama. Reported a saluting Kakashi, who coincidentally didn't have a scratch on him. Acknowledged Kakashi. I'll have your team's pay when you walk in tomorrow, said Hiruzen as he placed the demonic feline in a cage to be delivered to its owner. All right, so what do you want to do next? We have painting a fence, carrying groceries, cleaning up lit. Hell no, Gigi. I want a real mission. Something that's an actual challenge, yelled Naruto. He does have a point, Hokage-sama, said Sakura, while Kakashi just looked impassive, and Sasuke, as usual, brooded. Very well, Naruto. I think I have the perfect C-ranked mission for you, he said as he pulled out a scroll. You will be escorting your client to his home in the Wave Country. You will protect him from things like bandits and thieves. He then raised his voice and said, send him in. After a few moments, the door opened, and in came an old man with gray hair, a huge backpack, a straw hat, and a bottle of sake. This is my escort? I wanted ninja, not a bunch of brats, he slurred. I assure you, sir, that I have the utmost faith in my team, said an inwardly annoyed Kakashi. Whatever, as long as I get home safe and sound, I don't care. My name is Tazuna, bridge builder extraordinaire, he said, puffing out his chest. You leave tomorrow at 7 for your mission. Good luck. Oh, and Naruto, Kakashi, stay here, I have something I want to give you, said the Hokage as he held up a couple of copies of the medical report. You leave tomorrow at 7 for your mission. Good luck. Oh, and Naruto, Kakashi, stay here, I have something I want to give you, said the Hokage as he held up a couple of copies of the medical report. As the others left for the day, the two walked up to the Hokage's desk and accepted the files. After a few minutes of reading, Kakashi put his down and simply said, Well, that's interesting. So does that mean that I could control people with my blood? Asked the rather nervous Genin. In theory, yes, you could also halt all the blood flow in their bodies, or simply tear it out of them in an instant. Though that would be a little gruesome, said Kakashi. After a second's thought, Naruto asked, Gigi, could I ask for a favor? Oh? And what would that be? When we are done with this mission, could we head to the ruins of Uzushiogakure? The tension in the room becoming immediately palpable, the Hokage activated the privacy seals, and urgently asked, How do you know of that place? Well, about 2 weeks ago, one of my clones came across the term while reading a book on the elemental nations. Flashback no jutsu. Man, I'm bored, grumbled one of the Naruto clones disguised as a middle-aged man, while he flipped through the glossary of a random geography book he pulled off the shelf. Let's see. Oni no Kuni, interesting but no. Shimo no Kuni, don't really like the cold. Torai no Kuni, too many nobles. Suki no Kuni, never really thought of the moon, always asleep when it comes out. Some no Kuni, nah, Kiba's mom is terrifying. Yuzu no Kuni, He Uzumaki, Yuzu no Kuni, sounds interesting, he thought as he began to once again flip through the pages. Let's see what the book has to say. Yuzu no Kuni, located off the coast of Hai no Kuni, and home of Uzushiogakure and the infamous Uzumaki clan, known for their vibrant red hair and powerful chakra. Also known as the Village of Longevity due to its inhabitants' notoriously long lives. The shinobi of this village were also notorious for their skills in Fuinjutsu, which allowed them to do things with chakra thought impossible beforehand. The village was well known for its relationship with Konohagakure, with the Uzumaki being one of the 3 clans which helped found it along with the Senju and the Uchiha, as well as for the Uzumaki clan's relationship with the Senju clan, with the first Hokage marrying one of its members. In fact, this relationship between villages led to the Uzushiogakure symbol being put on the flak jackets worn by Chunin and Jounin level shinobi of Konohagakure as a symbol of trust and friendship between the villages. Unfortunately, the village was destroyed and its people, if not wiped out, then scattered to the winds, during the Second Shinobi War, which has had a major impact on the world of shinobi and Fuinjutsu, which may never be recovered. My clan was famous? They had an entire village? Why has nobody told me about this? Is this why I don't have a family? So the spiral is the symbol of another village, huh? Fuinjutsu, maybe I should give it a shot. I wonder if I could ever visit the place where my ancestors lived. The place which could have been my home, thought the clone as he dispelled. Flashback no Jutsukai. After that, I decided to learn some more about Fuinjutsu and Uzushiogakure. I've actually been able to make some stuff, but this is it, explained Naruto as he pulled out 7 small sealing scrolls, 2 of which had his Kaketsu sealed inside, and a mass of exploding notes. Naruto, how long have you been able to make those things? Inquired the Hokage. Well, the notes are really easy to make, oddly enough, but I've only been able to make the sealing scrolls for a couple of days, said the blonde. If that's so, then how did you seal your Kaketsu inside those 2 scrolls? Asked Kakashi as he pointed to the 2 in question. I bought them, explained Naruto, but they were really expensive. Gamachan, one, was almost completely dead, and I didn't really seal all that much into them. Only about 7 liters each. Well, I don't see why I shouldn't let you go, but I also don't see why I should either. Tell you what, if you promise to bring back everything you find for myself and a seal master to look at, as well as giving your teammates each one of your scrolls and some of the notes, then you can go. I'll also make whatever you bring back an Uzumaki clan secret so you don't have to give it to the council. I also have some scrolls on Fuinjutsu if you'd like to have them, said Hiruzen. I promise, and thanks, Gigi, said Naruto as he headed for the door. When he was gone, the Hokage called out, Nico! And the cat-masked woman appeared. Yes, Hokage-sama? What have you observed about Naruto's new ability? He seems to have a high degree of control over it, as I have seen him make some very inspired shapes. I have also watched him make several different weapons such as a claw, a katana, a tanto, a scythe, and an odachi. He also made a shield, and is apparently able to make his blood harden both over and under his skin to make a form of armor, with which he was able to break one of his clone's hands. He can control the blood up to 30 yards, though he can't make very complex shapes at that distance. Interesting. It would appear that he has been taking his training rather seriously. I wonder how he has been doing on his tree walking? Mused the Hokage. Naruto knows how to tree walk? Asked an incredulous Kakashi. Yes, I told him how the day after he graduated. Wait, how are you unaware of his abilities? What have you been teaching them? Asked the now infuriated Hokage. Teamwork? Kakashi timidly responded/asked. Kakashi, I'm not disparaging you as a teacher, but you need to actually teach them something, shouted the ANBU. They are MY students, and I will decide what to teach them. What good are fancy jutsu if you don't have the teamwork to back up your squad mates? Shouted a pissed-off Kakashi, angry that his competence had been called into question. So says the man who copied over 1,000. What good is teamwork if you don't have the necessary skill to back it up? Honestly, he does no jutsu, and if what you're saying is true, then he learned them on his own. Scrolls are teaching him more than you are, shouted the equally furious Nico. Kakashi, you need to actually teach your students more than just how to be good squad mates. After they pass the Chunin exams, they may never be on the same squad again, said the Hokage in an even tone. Kakashi simply huffed and left. So what jutsu did you see Naruto performing? Asked Hiruzen. Well, he knows a few wind techniques such as futon, Daitapa, wind style, great breakthrough, and futon, Uzushio, wind style, beast wave palm, as well as a few earth jutsu such as Doton, Ganchuro no Jutsu, earth style, earth pillar prison, and Doton, Doriyuso, earth style, rising stone spears. Interesting. Perhaps I should get Jiraiya teach Naruto a few things if Kakashi doesn't. Like what? A few more shadow clone techniques like Suriken Kage Bunshin, Shuriken Shadow Clone, Kunai Kage Bunshin, Kunai Shadow Clone, and Bunshin Daibakuha, Clone Great Explosion, some more seals, and how to control his tenant's chakra. Responded the old man. I just hope Kakashi comes to his senses and actually decides to teach them. So do I, Nico. So do I. Next day, main gate 7 a.m. Hello, Tazuna. Hey, Sakura-chan, team, I've got something for you, said Naruto as he walked up to the gate. What could you possibly have for us that would be of use, Dobe? And where's your stuff? Asked a skeptical Sasuke. This is going to be a long mission, and I'm not letting you borrow anything. Yeah, Naruto, yelled Sakura, agreeing with Sasuke for the sake of agreeing with Sasuke. Here, said Naruto as he tossed them each a scroll. A scroll. Why you want us to read? Thanks, Naruto, drawled Sakura, voice dripping with sarcasm only the biggest of morons wouldn't catch. It's a sealing scroll, said Naruto, slightly irritated. You use it to store things so that you don't actually have to carry as much, allowing you to travel faster and without as much strain. I have a few others, one of which has all my stuff in it. Wow, Naruto, where did you get it? Asked Sakura. Naruto shrugged and said, I made it. Yeah right, Dobe. If you made this, then it's not going to work. You probably just bought it somewhere, and said you made it so you don't seem as useless, jabbed Sasuke. Yeah, Naruto, shouted Sakura again. If you don't want them, then give them back, said Naruto. No way, Naruto, these things are valuable, shouted Sakura. They are? Asked Naruto. I just thought the store where I got my first two was really overpriced. Well, if you did make them, you could sell them, said Sasuke. What about these? Asked Naruto, pulling out around 100 explosive tags. What the hell are you going to do with all of those? Screamed a panicking Sakura. I don't know. Set him off? Responded Naruto. Where? The Hokage mountain? Sakura was now getting slightly hysterical. Do you guys want some? Asked Naruto, not really caring for the slight mental breakdown his teammate was going through. Sure, said Sakura, calming down in less than a second. Sasuke just shrugged and held out his hand. After giving them each 30 tags, Naruto sat down near the gates to read one of the scrolls on Fuinjutsu the Hokage gave him. Main gate 730. Hello everyone, said Kakashi nonchalantly as he walked up to the gates. You're late, screamed Sakura. Sorry, I was packing and I didn't notice the time, said Kakashi apologetically. Then you should have packed yesterday, said Naruto as Sasuke nodded. Is everybody ready to get going? Asked the Jounin, completely ignoring the blonde. No, Kakashi-sensei. I was waiting for you to show up so I could ask you to wait for a few minutes while I fed my fish. Deadpan Naruto. Anyways, do you want one? Asked Naruto, holding out a sealing scroll. I don't see why not, said the silver-haired man after a moment's consideration. As he sealed his pack into the scroll, he turned to his team and client and said, All right, if we leave now, we should only have to camp once, and we'll be there by noon tomorrow. Sasuke, Sakura, we have an addendum to our mission. What is it, Kakashi-sensei? Asked a nervous Sakura as Tazuna sweated in the background. Something which did not go unnoticed by the three male shinobi. When we are finished with the mission, we are going on a side trip to a place called Uzushiogakure. Which made Tazuna confusingly sigh with visible relief. We're going to an allied village? Asked the confused Pinkette. No, we're going to its ruins. The village was destroyed in the early years of the Second Great Shinobi War. So why are we going there? Asked Sasuke, finding the whole conversation pointless. Because I asked a favor of Gigi, explained Naruto. What do you mean, Naruto? Asked Sakura. I asked if we could go there after our mission was over with, since it wouldn't be too far out of our way. Why would you want to go there? Because I want to see my home, said Naruto cryptically. What do you mean your home, Dobe? Konoha is your home. I'll give you 3 guesses as to who said that. It's the village where my clan came from, said Naruto. What clan? You don't have a clan, you're an orphan, said Sakura. Naruto sighed, as he pulled out the book he found 2 weeks ago, turned to the pages on Yuzu, and held it out to Sakura. As she read, with Sasuke reading over her shoulder, their faces went through several changes, not the same ones at the same time, of course: confusion, shock, disbelief, disdain, anger, fear, and fascination being some of them. What? Naruto's clan helped found Konoha? Why weren't we taught this in class? If this is any indication, then I seriously need to stop harassing him before he goes postal on me. Whatever. Couldn't have been that strong if they were wiped out. Well, now that that's settled, let's get on with the mission. Random location on the road. About 5 hours later, Team 7 was on the road to Wave's border. Naruto took the lead with Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna in the middle. Kakashi took the rear, making sure no one snuck up on them. Sensei, does Wave have shinobi or a kaiga like Konoha? 2. Asked a curious Haruno. No, Sakura. Wave is more of giant port than an actual village. They don't have a shinobi academy, therefore no shinobi. Unfortunately, it also means that Nuke-nin tend to hide out there, said Kakashi without a care in the world while reading his book. Sakura paled when she thought of fighting renegade ninja. Sasuke just smirked in anticipation. Only the 5 great nations are allowed to call their leader a Kage or shadow. Ho no Kuni, the land of fire, has Konahigakure, the village hidden in the leaves, and the Hokage, or fire shadow. Kaze no Kuni, the land of wind, has Sunagakure, the village hidden in the sand, and the Kazekage, or wind shadow. Kaminari no Kuni, the land of lightning, has Kumogakure, the village hidden in the clouds, and the Reikage, or lightning shadow. Tsuchi no Kuni, the land of earth, has Iwabakure, the village hidden in the stones, and the Tsuchikage, or the earth shadow. And finally there's Mizu no Kuni, the land of water, with Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist, and the Mizukage, or the water shadow. Said Naruto, who was also reading a book like his teacher, but it wasn't a smut one. Soon the group came across a puddle. That's weird. Why is there a puddle there? We haven't had rain in days, it's a hot dry day, and we're nowhere near a water source. Plus the ground is dry and dusty, so it should be absorbed into the ground by now. Realizing that something must be up, he looked back at Kakashi and made the slightest of motions with his head, gesturing towards the puddle. Kakashi, astounded that Naruto noticed, simply nodded his head almost imperceptibly. Let's see what you can do, Blondie. Suddenly 2 people with the scratched headbands that signified they were missing nines of Kirigakure came out of said puddle and wrapped Kakashi in an odd chain. One down, said the one with his right hand in a strange gauntlet. As they tore Kakashi to shreds. To be continued. Immediately after they killed the Jounin, Righty went after Naruto as Lefty went after Tazuna and Sakura. With Naruto. Just as Righty was about to impale Naruto, he held up both his arms, elbows and wrists touching, forearms facing out with his palms pointing at himself, and said Kaketsu Tate, black blood shield. And with that, a channels the length of his forearms opened on each of his arms, spewing out black blood to make a circle that was around 3 feet wide and 1 inch thick. As Righty's gauntlet bounced off the shield with a loud clang, Naruto put both palms on the black mass and said Kaketsu Kusari, black blood chain, making a large number of tendrils come off of it and wrapping around the missing nin. With Sakura and Tazuna, with Lefty barreling down on her, she did the only thing she could think of doing and placed herself in between Tazuna and the left-handed missing nin. After she did this, Sasuke appeared out of nowhere and kicked the man in the head. As he was sent flying, the Uchiha Genin went through a series of hand seals and finished with Tiger, and screamed the name of his jutsu, Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. After the fire died down, Sasuke turned back to his companions and wondered why Sakura looked so horrified. Turning back, he saw Lefty with his claw 6 inches away from his chest. Unable to react, he could only stand there as his life flashed before his eyes. No, I can't die here. I still need to revive my clan. I need to kill him. All of a sudden the attack looked to be in slow motion. As he was wondering this strange new occurrence, Kakashi came back from the apparent dead and caught Lefty in a headlock, knocking the man out. Good work, team, said the cycloptic Jounin. Sakura, I'm proud of you protecting the client. Naruto, I'm good work capturing Goza. And Sasuke, it looks like you unlocked your Sharingan, said Kakashi, praising all of his students. The dobe was able to capture one and I almost die. That's pathetic. I need to get stronger. With my new Sharingan, I can get strong enough to kill him, so I guess it's not so bad a trade-off, thought Sasuke as he glared at the missing nin writhing on the ground caught in Naruto's Kaketsu Kusari, black blood chain. Kakashi-sensei? You're alive? Asked Sakura. Of course, Sakura. Something like that would never kill me, said Kakashi, playfully pointing at a pile of wood that signified a substitution. 3. But why pretend you weren't when those 2 attacked? I wanted to see who their target was, explained Kakashi. Ninjas attacking ninjas is one thing, ninjas attacking civilians is another, he said, turning to Tazuna. We need to talk. As Kakashi and Tazuna were having their conversation, Naruto was simply examining the prisoners. Those are some pretty interesting gauntlets, said the QB. Perhaps. What about M? Why not take them? 4. Why would I do that? If I want claws, I'll just make them with the Kaketsu. Oh? And if you're separated from it? If you're so low on chakra you can hardly stand? Face it, kid, you need a weapon. Isn't that what kunai and shuriken are for? They're not really weapons, more like basic tools. Very well, I'll take them, said Naruto to the fox as he slipped the gauntlets off the missing knees and placed them into a sealing scroll, with the only one noticing being Kakashi. He then turned back to the others as they finished up the conversation. So what do you guys think? Asked Kakashi. We should continue the mission, sensei, said Naruto. I agree with the dobe. It would look good on our records to have an A rank as a genin, said Sasuke. And I wouldn't feel right just leaving Tazuna to die, said Sakura. Well, it looks like it's your lucky day, Tazuna, said Ichiri Kakashi. Thank you. You have no idea what this means to me, said a relieved bridge builder. Just so you guys know, now that the Chunin level assassins failed, the nest will be stronger, possibly Jounin. You will leave them to me and protect the client. Do you understand? Hi, Kakashi-sensei, chorused the three genin. Good, now let's be on our way. Shoreline. As they came up to the beach, Tazuna walked up to a man in a boat and asked, Is everything ready? The man simply nodded and motioned for everyone to get into the boat. As they approached the other shore and saw the bridge, Naruto couldn't help but voice everyone's thoughts, albeit rather loudly. Damn, that's a big bridge, Databeo. As Kakashi admonished the genin, the boat pulled up to the shores of Wave Country, signaling that their boat ride was over. This is where I leave you, Tazuna-san. Good luck, wished the boat driver as he sailed away. Forest clearing. Naruto had just mentally scarred a rabbit, when all of a sudden a huge Zanbato-type blade cleaved through the air and embedded itself into a tree as Kakashi yelled for everyone to get down. Suddenly a man appeared on the handle of the blade, balancing perfectly as he stared at the 5 people on the ground. Sharingan no Kakashi. No wonder the demon brothers lost. If you don't mind, I'm here to kill the old man, so just hand him over, he said as Tazuna paled. Zabuza Momochi, demon of the Bloody Mist. Bloody Mist, eh? That gives me an idea. What are you doing here? He said as he pulled up his hideate to reveal his Sharingan. I already get to see the Sharingan, I'm honored. I'm here to kill the old man, said Zabuza as he and his sword disappeared, only to reappear on the surface of the water. Looks like I get to have a little fun. Kirigakure no Jutsu, hiding in the mist. All of a sudden the area was flooded with a thick white mist, with Kakashi yelling at his students to protect Tazuna and not to enter the fight. Then the voice of the demon rang out through the mist. 8 points. There are 8 points on the human body which guarantee a kill. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, and heart. 8 points and only 5 people. Which to choose, said Zabuza as his killer intent flooded the area. I can't breathe, thought Sasuke as he unknowingly inched a kunai towards his own throat. So this is a real ninja? The waiting is worse than the actual confrontation. It almost makes you want to end it all just to make the feeling stop. Sasuke, relax, said Kakashi, turning towards his student. I won't allow my comrades to die. I'll protect you with my life. Trust me. Well, that's good enough for me, said Zabuza as he stood in the middle of the group poised to strike. Shit, thought Kakashi as he rushed Zabuza and stabbed him in the stomach, causing him to dissolve into water. Water clone, exclaimed Kakashi, giving Naruto another great idea. You didn't think it would be that easy, did you? Asked the demon, sliding his own kunai into Kakashi's liver, causing him to burst into water as well as the cold edge of a kunai pressed against Zabuza's throat. It's over, said Kakashi. Zabuza just laughed as he dissolved into water with the real one appearing behind Kakashi, swinging his sword. Kakashi ducked a swing of the blade but couldn't get out of the way in time to stop himself from getting kicked into the lake. What's with this water? It's so heavy, almost as if it's crap. Suiro no Jutsu, water prison jutsu, said Zabuza as he trapped Kakashi in a sphere of water, and several water clones appeared. What do we do? What do we do? Screamed a frantic Sakura. We free Kakashi-sensei, that's what we do. Sasuke, you get the clones, Sakura, you protect Tazuna, and I'll free Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto as he unrolled 2 scrolls with the kanji for blood on them. Oh, what is the brat going to do? Wondered Zabuza. Fuinjutsu Kai Kaketsu, sealing technique release, black blood, shouted Naruto as 14 pints of blood shot out of the scrolls. What the hell? He has a bloodline? Oh, this is not good. Haku, you better come through for me here. Kaketsumori black blood spear, said Naruto as the blood formed onto several lances which shot at Zabuza. Damn, thought the demon as he was forced to move to avoid getting skewered, freeing Kakashi. The blood then came back to Naruto, surrounding him in a cloud, some of it forming into a pair of katanas. A swordsman. Not a lot of experience, but he's got latent talent. With Kakashi now free, he shot at Zabuza and they both used the Suiton, Suryudan no Jutsu, Water Dragon Jutsu, another good idea, thought Naruto, on each other, and then engaged in a fierce Kenjutsu battle, Zabuza with his Kubikiri Bocho, and Kakashi with a Kunai. After it became obvious that neither would win, they each backed off and began performing the exact same hand seals. How is he doing this? Thought Zabuza. It's like he can foretell my every move. Right, Zabuza? Taunted Kakashi. What? Can he read my mind? You bastard! You are nothing but a monkey copying everything I do. I am the original, the genuine article. Suddenly a spectral Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi doing the same motions as the two Jounins. What? What is that? That's me, but how? Is this a genjutsu? Zabuza asked himself, causing a brief moment of hesitation that allowed Kakashi to finish his jutsu. Suiton, Kaibakufu no Jutsu, Great Waterfall. Then a swirling vortex appeared around Kakashi and shot at Zabuza with tremendous force, careening him into a tree, which Kakashi then pinned him to with kunai, and landed on. How? Can you see the future? Stammered the demon. Yes. And I see your death, said Kakashi. Then Zabuza's neck was suddenly pierced by a few saban, and he fell limp. What do you know? You were right. Thank you for helping me. I've been hunting him for a while, said a masked person standing in a tree. After Kakashi checked that Zabuza was dead, he told the hunter, All right then, I guess our job is done here, so let's go. As he put his hideate over his eye again, then the masked man took the body and the sword and left, something which Kakashi found strange. He wasn't able to comment on it though, since he collapsed from exhaustion. Tazuna, where's your house? Asked Sakura. About 20 minutes from here. Why? What's wrong with him? Asked a frantic bridge builder. He's exhausted and needs rest, replied Naruto as he picked up his sensei. Tazuna's house. Ah! Screamed Naruto and Sakura as Kakashi's eye shot open a foot from their own. Ugh, my head. It feels like I went guys' night out with Van Wilder. Wait. Who the hell is Van Wilder? Oh well. That hunter Neen. They took the body. Why would they do that? They're supposed to destroy it then and there. They could have been anxious around the children, but I doubt that. Also those weapons he used. Saban. Oh crap, Zabuza's still alive, isn't he? We need to up your training, said Kakashi suddenly, catching his team off guard. What, why? Asked Naruto. Because Zabuza is still alive. What? How do you know? The hunter Neen, they took the body instead of destroying it right then and there, and they used Saban, which can easily put someone into a near-death state. One by itself could be a coincidence, but both at the same time is pushing it. We need to assume that Zabuza is alive and plan accordingly. Would a little training really help us? I mean, you're an elite jounin and you barely beat him. Don't worry about it. Why are you trying so hard? Asked a little boy in a white hat. Inari. Give Gigi a hug, shouted Tazuna as he threw open his arms. Hey Gigi, Inari, say hello to the shinobi who helped me get home safe. But why Gigi? They're just gonna die soon, you little bastard, shouted Naruto. It's true, you can't defeat Gato or his thugs, you're just gonna die. Deadpan Inari, we're ninja boy, it'd be pretty embarrassing if we couldn't handle a couple of bandits, said Kakashi as he helped Sakura and Sasuke hold back a fuming Naruto. Whatever, if you don't want to die I suggest you just leave, said Inari as he walked up the stairs to his room. Sorry about that. He's had a hard life, said Tazuna apologetically. It's alright, said Kakashi. Now we have a big day tomorrow, so get some sleep. Next day, random clearing in the woods. Alright, the first thing I want to talk about is chakra, said the silver-haired jounin. Why? Asked Sasuke. We already know how to use chakra for ninjutsu and things like that, perhaps, but you're not using it right, admonished Kakashi. What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Sakura. What I mean is you aren't using it efficiently. Even if you are able to release a high amount of chakra, Unless you control it properly, the jutsu will be weakened or not work in the first place. And by wasting energy, you won't be able to fight as long as you should be and you'll die. So what should we do? Asked Sakura. Learn to control it. And how do we do that? Tree climbing. Seriously? We're doing this now. Asked Naruto as he began calmly walking up a tree. How is the dobe doing that? Asked Sasuke. Chakra, my fine duck-haired friend, Chakra, said Naruto. What do you mean, Naruto? Asked Sakura. You send chakra to your feet and use it to adhere to the wood. Too much and you get blasted off, too little and you don't stick in the first place. Alright then, since you already know how to do this, Naruto, you can do whatever you want today, said Kakashi. What? How does he already know how to do this? Asked Sakura. I asked Gigi how the day we met Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto. Why would he tell you? Asked Sakura. Because I asked? Explained Naruto. Hey sensei. Are we going to have a life or death struggle looming over the horizon before every actual lesson? You say something? Asked Kakashi as somewhere in Konoha a man with a bowl cut and a green leotard face faltered for seemingly no reason. Kakashi-sensei, can you follow me? There's something I want to talk to you about, inquired Naruto. Random clearing in the woods. Let's see, from that battle I got the idea for 3 jutsu, the Kakutsu Bunshin, Back Blood Clone, the Kakutsu Kiri, Blood Mist, and the Kakutsu Ketsuryuden, Black Blood, Blood Dragon Jutsu. I've never made a jutsu before, so I was wondering if you had any ideas, explained Naruto to Kakashi. Well, I would suggest you start with the clone jutsu, since you already know the non-elemental form of it. How do I do that? Wondered the blonde. Simple, said Kakashi. Instead of making a clone out of nothing, you make one with the Kakutsu. And how do I do that? The same way you would make any other type of clone. Perhaps I should teach you Doton Kage Bunshin first, and then you can move on to making your Kakutsu clone, said Kakashi. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei, exclaimed Naruto. But what about the other 2? One at a time, Naruto, one at a time, said Kakashi as he pulled out a blank scroll and proceeded to copy down the instructions for the jutsu. Forest clearing morning 3 days later. Naruto was passed out on the ground due to chakra exhaustion due to his working out his frustrations about what Inari said about him not knowing pain. After he had snapped, he left to go practice his Doton Kage Bunshin, Earth Sudo clone, and could now do it effortlessly. He was about to try to use his Kakutsu instead when he collapsed. This was the scene Haku walked in on as the fake hunter Nin was looking for herbs in a pink kimono and hair down, a passed-out blonde not that much younger than the ice user, 5, with a leaf Heidi 8, and several small piles of mud and dirt surrounding him. As Haku knelt beside him and reached out to him, Haku thought it would be so easy. You're going to catch cold if you sleep out here, said the young ninja, shaking Naruto awake. Naruto, still in his half-sleeping haze, saw the most beautiful face that he had ever seen, and with his heart pounding and his stomach feeling strange, he whispered the first thing that came to his mind. Tenshi 6. As Haku blushed, the fake hunter Nin asked, What are you doing out here? I'm training, said Naruto. Whatever for? You look strong enough already. I need to become stronger though. And why is that? So I can become the best in my village, and to make everyone acknowledge my strength. Databeo, do you have someone precious to you? I have several. Why do you ask, miss? I believe fighting for someone who is precious to you can truly make you strong. And how would you know that? Asked a suddenly suspicious Naruto as he narrowed his eyes. Only years of training kept Haku from flinching at his question. Just something I've observed, said Haku nonchalantly. Alright, conceded Naruto, not fully convinced. Well, since you're here, can you help me pick some herbs? They're for a friend of mine, asked Haku, changing the subject. Alright, miss. As they picked the herbs, a comfortable silence hung over them, though neither really knew what to say to the other. After they picked the last of the herbs that Haku needed, Naruto said goodbye. I hope to see you again. And be careful, times like these it's not safe to walk around alone, miss. I'm sure we'll see each other again soon, Naruto. Oh, and by the way, I'm a boy, said Haku as the disguised Nin walked away. Holy crap, he's hotter than Sakura. Finally found your mate, Kit? This one is at least acceptable. Sorry, QB, I don't swing that way. Though I get the feeling he wasn't telling the whole truth about something. I'd better follow him. So, using the skills that allowed him to paint the Hokage mountain in broad daylight, wearing orange, not get caught until after he was done, and then allowed him to outrun Abu. He followed Haku. Where is he going? There aren't any towns around here. Soon they both reached a dilapidated hut in the woods, which Haku entered after making sure that nobody was around. What could possibly be in there? His friend? But why would he check to see if the coast is clear? Naruto then snuck in after making a Kage Bunshin and ordering it to follow anyone who came out that wasn't him, and found Zabuza lying in a bed with Haku standing next to it as an angry-looking midget with two bandits yelled at him. What am I paying you for? You get the job done or I'll dispose of you and find someone who won't be beaten by a bunch of brats. Keep your panties on, Gato. I was unprepared last time. What was Sharingan Kakashi and some brat with a bloodline I've never seen before? Said Zabuza. I don't care if the Hokage himself showed up. You kill that bridge builder or our contract is finished, screamed Gato as he walked out followed by his samurai bodyguards. How much longer do we have to keep working for that slime ball? He tends to look at me a little too much, asked Haku. Until we kill the bridge builder or until something better comes up. He's keeping the hunter Nin off our backs, and if we kill him that'll make too much of a fuss. After giving a very feminine giggle, Haku asked, so which of those kids had the bloodline? That was kinda cute, thought Naruto. The blonde one, replied Zabuza, making Haku stiffen momentarily. Why are you interested, little girl? Little girl? Haku told me he was a guy. Unless she was lying to protect herself. A little bit, no, just wondering. I need to report this to Kakashi-sensei, thought Naruto as he left the shack with the clone. Okay, boss said to follow anyone who isn't him, so I guess I'll follow the short guy. After a while the short man and his two bodyguards came to a small fortress, and he followed them in thinking, who is this loser? Why would he have such a large and well-defended place? Damn missing Nin. It's a good thing I never intended to pay the bastards anyways. Gato thought out loud to himself. And my men will have fun with the girl. Girl? Does he mean Haku? Haku is a girl? But why would she tell me she's a guy? Unless she was protecting herself, thought the clone. You all know your jobs, right? Asked Gato to the shirtless thug. Yeah? When you go to kill Zabuza or anyone else that remains after the attack, we go get Tazuna's family in order to get some leverage on him, said the thug. Correct. I don't understand why that idiot demon actually thinks I'm going to pay him. So much cheaper to hire bandits, though no match for ninjas, mused Gato. I need to tell the boss this, thought the clone as it went to go find a safe place to dispel in Tazuna's house. So let me get this straight. After you snapped at our client's grandson and made him cry, you went out into the woods alone and trained until it nearly killed you, and perfected the jutsu, then passed out, only to be awoken by a stranger, and immediately agreed to help them pick herbs, after which they told you they were a guy. Then you went into an enemy base, where you came across this same person with an alive Zabuza and Gato talking about the hit, and then you found out that this Haku is actually a girl, while at the same time you had a clone follow Gato who revealed that when Zabuza attacked again he would have two of his thugs attack Tsunai and Inari, and then he would put all of us 6 feet under. Is that right? Have I missed anything? Asked an exasperated Cyclops. No, said a sheepish Naruto. I don't know whether to be proud or worried. Both? Why not? How were you able to sneak into both Zabuza's base and Gato's fortress anyways? Asked Kakashi. I don't know, I guess I'm just that good. I mean, I'd been sneaking past Umbu and Gigi, and the various clans for years and nobody noticed beforehand, with those sneaking skills of his. And if those pranks of his are any indication, his trap-making skills, I'm going to have to recommend him for special Jounin or Umbu when he gets a little more experience and makes Chunin. Maybe by then he'll also be a seal master. Anyways, good work, Naruto. You may have won us the battle before we even started fighting. At the bridge day of the fight. Who did this to you? Tazuna frantically asked a dying worker. A demon, said the man as he passed away. Well, it looks like we meet again. And all 3 of your brats are here. Excellent, I've been hoping for a rematch, said Zabuza as he materialized in the mist with Haku next to him wearing her full Hunter Nin battle regalia. Zabuza, wait. We are not your enemies, said Kakashi. Oh, and who is? Asked the swordsman. Gato is. He never planned on paying you. He's planning to wipe out the survivors after our fight to the death. And how do you know this? We have a trusted source on the inside, explained Kakashi. Interesting. Well, how about we give him what he wants? What do you mean? We spar a little and wait for the prick to show up with his army, and then play a little game of who's the better killer. I don't see why not, said Kakashi. So me and you, Haku and your brats? We won't go after the bridge builder, since if what you say is true we have no need for him. Why don't you come with us to Konoha? Asked Naruto as he received the memories of the dozen or so clones he left to take care of Gado's bodyguards. What do you mean, brat? Asked Zabuza. Why don't the two of you come to Konoha? You could teach people Kenjutsu and Haku could work at the hospital, or as a shinobi with her skills. How do you know I'm female? I thought I told you I was a boy. Wondered Haku. I followed you and saw your conversation with Gado about the Hokage and stuff. After the various spars in which Kakashi defeated Zabuza once again and Sakura and Sasuke were taken down, non-lethal of course, and Naruto simply hardened his blood under his skin, making the needles just bounce off of him before destroying the mirrors with his Kaketsumori black blood lance. Gado came out with his army, and revealed his master plan of killing everyone there. He then noticed that no one actually looked all that hurt except for two people on the ground stuck full of needles. But he could see that they were breathing and he wondered what was going on here. Oh, I already knew all that stuff, said Zabuza. What do you mean? These guys told me. Now I suppose it's about time we play who's the better killer. Break into your house, steal everything of value, burn the place to the ground and go on to Konoha. Actually, before we go there we're going to the ruins of Uzushiogakure, said Kakashi. Never heard of the place. Why are we going there? It was destroyed in the Second Shinobi War, and it might have some of my blonde students' family scrolls and jutsus, and things like that. The one with the bloodline? Yeah, but that's a different matter altogether. What do you mean? Hey! Impending death, evil businessman, master plan, any of this ringing a bell? Yelled Gado. Oh yeah, I forgot about him, said Zabuza. Looks like there are around 300 of them. Who's the better killer? My favorite game. The short slaughter, you couldn't really call it anything else, except maybe massacre, consisted of Kakashi attacking a huge group of men with a few Kage Bunsen, shadow clones, while Zabuza and a few Mizu Bunsen, water clones, focused on Gado, eventually killing him, which pissed off the bandits who started talking about killing all the men and taking the women, before a crossbow bolt hit the ground in front of them and Inari was shown to be there with around 100 of his fellow villagers, causing the bandits to cut and run before any more of them died. How many you get? Asked Kakashi. 112. Replied the Mist Demon. Damn, I only got 103. Naruto. Do your thing. What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Naruto. Remember what your blood analysis said, explained Kakashi as he pointed to the huge pool of blood. Oh, said an understanding blonde as he went around converting the normal blood to his Kaketsu, though rather queasily as the thought was rather unsettling, which he then sealed evenly into his two scrolls. We killed 215 of them. At 5 liters each, that's 1,075 liters, divided evenly between 2 scrolls, each of which already had 7 liters inside, and you get 544.5 liters inside each scroll. Nice haul, Naruto, said Kakashi. Thanks, said the still rather green blonde. So what now, Kakashi-san? Asked Haku. We protect Tazuna until the bridge is finished, during which I'll tell the Hokage about you too, then we'll go to Yizu, and see what we can find. Tazuna's house next day. Zabuza was currently keeping his promise to the late Gado, and was ransacking the dead man's house for anything of value with a rather large sealing scroll that Naruto made for him on the provision that he be given a 20% cut. After laughing at the audacity of the kid, he accepted and left around noon, and he still hadn't come back yet. Naruto was talking to his sensei about what they might find in Yuzu when he suddenly smelled himself, and decided to take a bath. He had just opened the door, when suddenly he caught a face full of Haku clad only in a towel, showing him that Haku was most definitely female. After staring at each other for a moment, Haku went red as a beet and screamed, "Kya! Pervert!" Naruto's last conscious thought of that day before he was sent into a wall by Haku's righteous fist of female fury/embarrassment was Kya. That was kinda cute. Tazuna's house next day. What happened? Asked a bleary Naruto as he woke up propped upside down against the wall. You got knocked the fuck out, that's what happened, said Sasuke as he placed a bowl of cereal and a glass of orange juice on the floor next to Naruto. Why did that happen? Asked a still slightly concussed blonde. Apparently you didn't knock on the bathroom door as Haku was taking a bath, explained Sasuke. Remembering the events of the night before, Naruto had to wipe a bit of blood from his nose as he got up to eat the breakfast Sasuke had brought him. So where is everybody? Asked Naruto. Downstairs. Zabuza came back sometime last night covered in blood and drunk off his ass. A drunken demon. That's either the funniest thing you'll ever see or the most terrifying. Probably a little bit of both, said Sasuke as Naruto finished his breakfast and went downstairs for more. As he entered the kitchen, both Sakura and Haku glared at him and chorused morning pervert. After sighing and mumbling something about accidents, he got a piece of fruit from the bowl on the table and asked Zabuza, "So, what did you get?" "A lot of money, some artifacts, a few weapons. Don't worry, you'll get your cut, damn brat." "Hey Zabuza, can you teach me that hidden misjutsu? I want to see if I can use my kaketsu instead of water." "An interesting idea, brat. What do I get out of it?" "So when will the bridge be finished?" asked Kakashi, ignoring the two. "In a few days, now that no one is sure that Gato is going to kill us all," said Tazuna. "Good. Unnamed bridge day of completion. Thank you for all your help. I couldn't have done it without you," said Tazuna as he shook hands with all the Leaf Shinobi. "It's no problem," said Kakashi. "Alright, part 1 of this mission is done, now on to a part 2, the escort of Naruto Uzumaki to the ruins of Uzushiogakure to assist in the retrieval of his clan's secrets." "What?" asked Sakura as Sasuke was also shocked. "And Uzumaki, huh? Interesting," mused Zabuza aloud. As the shinobi were walking away, Tazuna and his family and friends were watching them, wondering what to name the bridge. "The sexy Tazuna Bridge, of course," said Tazuna, who was only half joking as he puffed out his chest. "How about the Great Naruto Bridge?" asked Inari. "I like the sound of that. A symbol named after the man who gave us all hope for a better tomorrow." On the road, the 6 ninjas were tree jumping away from the country of Wave when Zabuza asked the question that both he and Haku were wondering. "Alright then, I'll bite. Why are we going to Yuzu?" "It's to retrieve whatever we can of my clan's history and artifacts," replied Naruto. "Why would you go there now?" "I mean, wouldn't whoever had destroyed the place have looted the place?" asked Haku. "While that may have been true at the time, they didn't have an Uzumaki with them, and the village was known for its seal masters," answered Kakashi. "Where are we going then?" asked Haku. "Well, Haku-chan, we are going to the port nearest Yuzu so we can charter passage," said Naruto. "Why don't we just water walk there?" asked Zabuza. "These two don't know how," said Naruto, indicating Sasuke and Sakura. "And you do?" asked Kakashi, genuinely surprised. "Yep," said Naruto simply. "Whatever, dope, if you can do it then I can do it, no problem," said Sasuke. "Yeah, you baka!" screamed Sakura. "You deal with this every day, Naruto-kun?" asked Haku. "Kun?" wondered everyone, put the painfully oblivious blonde. "Unfortunately," said Naruto with genuine emotion. "Anyways, we're here," said Kakashi as Sakura and Sasuke were glaring at Naruto. "Port Town. We need to find a man who will take us to Yuzu," said Kakashi, as the group walked through the town. "Kakashi-sensei, why are we going there anyways? Don't we have better things to do?" asked Sakura, who was honestly just tired of working at the moment and wanted to go home. "Because, Sakura, it is an order from the Hokage. Beyond that, you don't need to know anything unless Naruto deems it necessary, as he is the client of this mission," said Kakashi. "What?" yelled both Sakura and Sasuke, surprised. "Gigi funded this mission, but listed me as the client," explained Naruto. "Since they are going there anyways, I should see if there's anything of use so I can kill him." "It's not like the dobe should get anything if it's really important," thought Sasuke, planning on taking whatever seemed of use for himself. As if sensing this, Kakashi said to everyone, "When we get there, I want every sealing scroll but Naruto's so that nobody can take what should be his." Everybody nodded as Sasuke inwardly seethed. "Does anybody have any ideas?" asked Kakashi. "Well, Kakashi-sensei, I think we should go to either a bar or the docks," said Naruto. "If you're going to be an alcoholic, do it on your own time, dope," insulted Sasuke. "Ya drunkie!" screamed Sakura. "Actually, Sasuke, it's very easy to get information in places like bars, brothels, and marketplaces," said Kakashi, as his students paled slightly. As everybody waked to the closest bar, Kakashi asked Naruto, "So, how are you doing with those techniques you told me about?" "Well, I've made a successful Kakatsu Bunshin, black blood clone, and I've found that they are rather sturdier than my Kage Bunshin, shadow clone. Zabuza promised he'd teach me the Kirigakure no Jutsu, hiding in the mist jutsu, and the Suiton, Suryuden no Jutsu, water style, water dragon jutsu, so that I can try and make my Kakatsu Mizu, blood mist, Kakatsu Ketsuryuden, black blood, blood dragon jutsu. You got Zabuza to teach you a couple of jutsu? How and why on earth did you do that?" asked Kakashi. "Well, I figured it wouldn't really be good to ask you to teach me because I don't know if you know the Kirigakure no Jutsu, and considering it took you a month and a life-or-death struggle to teach us tree walking, I decided it wouldn't really be worth my wasted breath to ask," said Naruto as the group entered the bar. As they went into the bar, Naruto continued to explain, "As to how, I made a deal with him." "A deal? What do you mean?" asked Sakura. At this, Naruto smirked and Zabuza grumbled about smart-ass blondes, to which Naruto responded, "Better a smart-ass than a dumbass." Before explaining, "Flashback no jutsu. An interesting idea, brat. What do I get out of it?" asked Zabuza the night that Naruto proposed the idea. "I'll reduce my cut to 15%. said Naruto. "Are you kidding me? If you want those jutsu, you have to do better than that." 5%. Shot back the demon. "I'll go to 12%. 8, 10, 8, 10, 8, 10, 8, 8, 10. You drive a hard bargain, Zabuza. Alright then, I'll take 10. Smirked Naruto as he shook the swordsman's hand as he tricked the man. 1. Good, wait, what? You already agreed, old man. Fine, you get a 10% cut. Complained the demon. Flashback no Jutsukai / Only you would have the stones to trick a man who's killed more people than you've had hot meals, said a slightly awestruck Kakashi. Alright, we should start asking around, said a pissed Zabuza. Kakashi then moved to the counter and placed a bit of money on the counter. Can you give me some information? Asked the Cyclopes, as the rest of the party looked on. That would depend on the information, Shinobi-san, replied the bartender. A greasy-looking man who had no hair on top of his head, but long stringy hair on the sides. He also had what looked like a stained dish rag over his right eye, and was wearing gray breeches and what was once a white tunic under a stained apron. We're looking for someone to take us to Yuzu, explained the silver-haired man. Only one man who would do that. His name is Erasure, too. You can usually find him passed out on his boat at this time of day. Its name is the Blue Sun, 3, explained the bartender. Passed out? Why would he be passed out? Asked the concerned Jounin. No idea, since he doesn't drink, said the barman as Kakashi went back to the group to go to the docks. Docks at the boat. Here it is, the Blue Sun, said Kakashi. It's a piece of shit, observed Sasuke. Well, let's go, said Haku. The group then walked up the gangplank and saw a man with snow-white hair, blue canvas trousers, a gray sash and black shirt, passed out on the deck with 2 children standing over him, 1 girl, 1 boy, obviously twins with vibrant red hair. They both looked exactly alike except for the length of their hair, with the boys being an inch or 2 long and the girls being shoulder length, and their eyes, the boy having green and the girl having purple. They were dressed in all gray, wearing trousers and tunics. "WW, who are you?" asked the girl. "Hello, I am Hatake Kakashi, this is Momochi Zabuza, and his daughter Haku." At this, Zabuza raised his non-existent eyebrow, but didn't comment as Haku looked rather pleased. "And these are my students, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto." "We were hop. Aniki!" screamed the 2 children as they tackled the blonde to the ground and proceeded to crush the life out of him in a hug. "Aniki?" questioned everybody but Naruto, because he couldn't breathe, and the white-haired guy since he was passed out. "You said Uzumaki, right?" they chorused. "Yeah," said Kakashi as Naruto started to turn blue from the both of them hugging him. "We're Uzumaki too," the twins exclaimed. "This is Uzumaki Keihi, 4, and he's 8 years old," said the girl, indicating the boy. "And this is Uzumaki Asagao, 5, and she's 8 years old," said the now identified Keihi. "And this is Erasure." They shouted together, striking a pose, gesturing towards the man which made it look as though they were showing off some sort of prize, making everyone there suspect that this was a practiced introduction. You are both Uzumakis? Asked Zabuza. Yeah, Erashur-san said he found us, started Keihi. When we were babies, abandoned, and he raised us. Finished Asagao. Can you let go of our friend and wake Erashur up? Asked Kakashi. No, but he should be up soon. He always is, replied Asagawa as they dropped Naruto unceremoniously. As if on cue, the man began to stir. Oh, my head. Keihi, can you get me a glass of water? Shouted Erashur. Sure thing, Tusan. Shouted the boy as he ran off. We have guests, Tusan, and this one is an Uzumaki. Shouted Asagao. Another one, huh? Mused Erashur. Excuse me, Arashi-san, but can we get to business? Asked Kakashi as the others nodded. Oh? Shinobi, huh? And Konoha needs too. All right then, what can I do for you? We'd like to go to the island of Uzushiogakure. Very well, I was planning on taking the twins there soon anyways. I'll take you there. Asagao, Keihi. Get ready to set sail. We leave in 10 minutes. On the boat night, Naruto was sitting on the railing of the ship watching the full moon in the cloudless sky, listening to the waves, and feeling the gentle rock of the ship. Naruto was thinking about the next day when he was interrupted from his thoughts by a familiar voice. Are you alright, Naruto-kun? He turned around and saw it was Haku. I'm alright, Haku-chan. Are you alright? You should get back to sleep. It's late and cold out here, said Naruto. No, I'm fine. I was just worried about you. You didn't come to bed, said Haku. I'm alright, said Naruto. I was just thinking. About what? Asked Haku as she sat on the rail next to him. The fact that I'm about to go home. That I'm about to go to the place where I once had a family. The fact that everything I should have known was destroyed long before I was even born, said Naruto slightly bitterly. We are a lot alike, Naruto-kun, said Haku as she unknowingly leaned her head on his shoulder. What do you mean, Haku-chan? Asked Naruto, blushing at the intimate contact. Ah, blushing? I didn't know you had it in you. I had parents a long time ago. I was born in a small village of Inizu no Kuni, land of water, in a place where it snowed every day. All we did was farm, and we were poor, but my mother and father were happy. I was happy. They were kind parents. But when I got older, something happened, said Haku, staring at the moon, an absent expression, as though only half remembering that Naruto was there. What happened? Asked Naruto, leaning against her like she was to him, not sure if she could actually hear him. My father killed my mother and tried to kill me, said the ice user, seemingly ignoring the blonde. Mizu has experienced many civil wars, and those who possess Kekkei Genkai, the genetic trait passed down from parent to child, from grandparent to grandchild, were hated. From what I understand, you have one too, so you should know what it's like. While I was hated by my village, but that was for a different reason. Konoha actually reveres Kekkei Genkai. When we get there, you will be welcomed with open arms. It sounds wonderful. Now, because of the special abilities we possessed, these families were used in many disputes, and the country itself feared us to be the harbingers of disasters and wars. After the wars, those families hid their abilities and lived on. Because if they revealed their secrets, they were instantly put to death. My mother possessed the Hayatan Kekkei Genkai. She kept it a secret and married my father, and must have believed that an ordinary life would continue for a while. But it was all too good to last. At this point, Haku started to cry, and Naruto put his arm around her. My father found out our secret. Later, I watched as he and a few of our fellow villagers beat my mother to death and then turn on me. As they approached me, I did the only thing I could and killed them all with my ice abilities. And at the time, I thought of myself as, no, I had think of myself as being. I realized that that was the most painful thing a person could feel. The feeling that you are not needed by anyone in this world. That no one cares if you live or die. After all that, if someone were to appear who accepted you from the bottom of their heart, that person would immediately become the one most important to you. As she was remembering the day she met the demon on that snow-buried bridge, Zabuza-sama knew that I was from a family with a Kekkei Genkai, and he still raised me. He wanted the ability that everybody else hated. I was happy, I was needed. I became his servant and his weapon. I had purpose. Now I am going to a ninja village. I will have a bigger purpose. I can go to the hospital and save lives instead of ending them. I still wish to be a ninja, but I want to do what I can for others. And for that, I will always be grateful. Naruto-kun, would you like to be my precious person? Of course I would, Haku-chan. All my life I have been despised by my village for something I couldn't control, just like you. It wasn't for my ability, as I just recently awoke it. But like you, I found my precious people, who I bet would love to meet you. Would you like to be my precious person, Haku-chan? Of course, Naruto-kun. And I can't wait to meet your precious people, said a heavily blushing. After that, they just sat there in each other's arms. After about an hour, Naruto asked Haku to go to bed and that he would go to his soon. When she was gone, Kakashi came up to him and told him to follow. They went to a section of the cargo hold that would make it almost impossible to be eavesdropped upon. Hello, Naruto-kun, said a jovial Arisher. Hello, Arashi-san, replied Naruto. I want to ask something of you that I don't know if I am allowed to ask. I will help if I can, Arashi-san, replied the blonde Jinchuriki. I want you to take the twins with you when you go back to Konoha. At this point he held up his hand to stall any arguments the blonde had. They want to become shinobi and I can't bring them there because I'm dying. You are their blood and from what I understand you are eligible for clan head status due to your Kekkei Genkai and your shinobi status, although you need to be a chunin to be a full clan head, explained the white-haired man. Very well, sir. I have a family and I will do all I can for them. I will apply for clan status in Konoha after I retrieve our secrets and equipment. Good. In that case I will rest easy knowing they will be taken care of when I pass, said the relieved white-haired man. Before I go though, can I ask, how did you meet them? Wondered the blonde. Not much to tell really. I was walking in the woods, I smelled death, I followed, heard crying, came across a clearing in which a looted caravan sat, and found the two of them underneath what I assumed to be their mother due to the similar hair color. All right then, good night, Arashi-san, said the blonde, walked away to his room. Village of Uzushiogakure next day. While whispered Naruto as the rest of the group, which included Team 7, the Kirinins, and the 3 sailors, was speechless. No kidding, said Kyubi. They were standing on a ridge overlooking the village. It was a beautiful sight. There were 3 rivers running through it, 2 flowing towards the middle causing a giant whirlpool, with the 3rd river being much larger than the rest and leading away from the center out of the village. On the shore of the whirlpool, between the 2 smaller rivers, there was a large tower which looked like the Hokage's tower back in Konoha, sitting on a large cylindrical stone platform. Spreading out from the pool were beautiful houses that were all rectangular. Spread throughout the city were beautiful, now overgrown, gardens with pillars, gazebos, and fountains. On every man-made object in the city was the Uzu symbol. Everywhere was the remnants of the invasion, bodies, destroyed buildings, bloodstains, and rusted weapons. 5. After they jumped down, Naruto immediately went to the closest body and examined the Hittite. It's the same as the symbol on your flak jacket, Kakashi-sensei, stated Naruto. Are you okay? Asked Haku as she placed her hand on his shoulder. Yeah, it's just a little hard to realize this person was my clansman, he said as he dug around the person's belongings, looking for a form of identification. Uzumaki Atsushi, 7, 21 years old, a jounin, married, no children, A rank in ninjutsu, A rank in taijutsu, and B rank in genjutsu, B rank with few injutsu, said Naruto as he got up and put the card in his hip pouch. He then made his signature hand seal and said Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, and around 100 clone popped into existence. Spread out. Find all the bodies with the Uzu symbol on them. Collect any form of ID that you can and then give them a proper Uzu send-off, he shouted, pointing to the huge whirlpool in the center of the village. After that, bring me their IDs and then go search for anything that can be of use. Leave the rest where they fell. Hi, boss! Shouted the clones as they all went off in separate directions. All right, Kakashi-sensei. I think we should head to the central tower. I would also like to request that when we get to the village head's office, that I go in alone, said a deceptively calm Naruto. All right, Naruto, you're the mission client, so we have to respect your wishes, said Kakashi. The hell with that, said Sasuke. If I want to go somewhere, then I will do so. I don't need your permission. Yeah, Naruto. Sasuke-kun doesn't need your permission for anything. He's better than you, screeched Sakura. Actually, you too, said an eye-smiling Kakashi. Since Naruto is the mission client, we need to do as he asks. If not, then you two will not get paid, and Naruto and I will get the reward for this B-rank mission. B-rank? For this pathetic place? Asked the skeptical Sasuke. Well, team, I'd like to see any village try to fight off a full invasion force from 3 of the major villages and still take out over 2/3 of the combined forces, said an increasingly irritated blonde. This is where our family lived? Asked Keihi. Hi, Oto-kun, said Naruto. Why is it so smashed up? Asked Asugao. Well, Muto-chan, our people were so awesome that 3 of the 5 major villages were threatened by them, and decided to do whatever they could to not feel that way anymore, said Naruto to the little girl, causing stars to go into the twins' eyes. Whatever dope the Uchiha clan is better than yours ever was, said Sasuke. Yeah, I'm not in the mood for a pissing contest, said Naruto as the group reached the tower. Inside the Uzukage Tower, first floor, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, shouted Naruto as they entered the reception area. Alright guys, you know the drill. Find IDs, give the bodies a send-off, go find something of use, and bring it all to me. He then brought out a storage scroll which he then unrolled to find a larger scroll. Kakashi-sensei, can you put everything but the IDs that my clones bring into this scroll, and place the I.Ds into this smaller one? Sure, Naruto. Alright team, we'll set up camp here. Naruto, you go on and explore the rest of the building, just be careful. Uzukage Tower, top floor. 1 hour later. So far Naruto hadn't really found anything of use, when he came across the most ornate door he had found so far. When he entered, he found a room that was a half circle that looked like it took up half of the floor, with the entirety of the curved wall having windows. There were also several bookcases along the wall with the door in it. An ornate desk facing said was with a chair behind it, and 2 comfy-looking chairs facing the desk, as well as a couple of couches on either side of the desk facing away from the windows. As he approached the desk, he noticed there was a journal on it with the Uzumaki symbol on it. He picked it up and found that it belonged to the 4th Uzukage son. What's this doing here? Wondered Naruto as he tried to open the journal, only to be repelled by a seal. Maybe it's a blood seal, he thought as he bit his finger and spread some blood on the seal, allowing him to open the journal. March 5th 8. I wonder how Kushina is doing. I know she left to become the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, but that life is one of nothing but pain. I hope that Mito-sama is teaching her well. Anyways, we've received word that a new war is about to begin. I really wish we wouldn't have to do this, but if Konoha joins, then my father will not hesitate to help them. The Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? Why didn't you tell me about this? You never asked Kit. I can't really tell you anything about her, other than the fact that she kept me in a seal that is way more restrictive than yours. She was my second Jinchuriki after Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage, passed away. I see, that's too bad. I'll ask Gigi about it. April 17th. It's war and we've already lost several men. I know we won't make it out of this unscathed, but we will do all we can to minimize losses. I know that Konoha will not let us down. June 3rd. We have heard word of an invasion by 3 separate villages, Kiri, Kumo, and Iwa. We've sent messages for aid to Konoha, but they don't think they can come in time, because they have their own problems. I hope we can come through this with as little damage as possible. Several of our civilians, women, and children were evacuated, just in case, so that our lineage does not die out. That means that I have more family to find. July 20th. The invasion force has arrived. We have already lost several men, including the head of the Uzumaki clan. The barrier seals are holding, so they haven't gotten into the city, but seals of that magnitude take up way too much chakra to be of use for long. We are stockpiling supplies and fortifying lines of defense for the final assault. Our first casualties will without a doubt be the barrier team, as the enemies are camping as close as they can get, waiting to pounce. Well, that's rather depressing. August 12th. Today is the day. We will send out one messenger to tell the SEAL teams to lower the barrier so they at least have a fighting chance. I know that Konoha didn't abandon us, but I am sad to know that we will all most likely die. If you are reading this, you are either now the head of the Uzumaki clan, or can take this to them. We have locked everything of vital importance inside the Uzumaki vault below, where this tower meets the shore of the whirlpool. Our greatest seal masters, for the last 100 years, have made sure that only living and willing Uzumaki clan member is able to enter. The only good thing that I can see about this event is that some of our kin have escaped. I must now leave so I can join my friends to take as many of those bastards as we can with us. Goodbye. As Naruto finished reading, he put the journal back onto the desk. Wow, I know, Kit, your kin seem to have been true warriors. I just think it's somewhat poetic that that's how they went. Yes, now, what's this about a vault? Well, from what I understand of such things, that position should be open for whoever wants it. So if I state myself as the head of the clan, then that should be enough. Plus I opened this journal, so that has to count for something. True enough, now seal up everything you want to in here, and go find that vault. Alright, Kyubi, I just need a moment. After about a minute, Naruto picked the journal back up, placed it in his pocket, searched the shelves, then the desk, and finally, went to leave. But as he did so, he noticed a shelf above the doorway with 4 pictures on it. Those must be the Uzukages, like the pictures of the Hokages in Gigi's office, mused Naruto as he pulled one of the chairs over to the shelf so that he could take the pictures, noticing that they all had the same weapons and armor, and placed them into the scroll he had carried in with him. He then made a clone, told it that the most important things were in the vault, and dispelled it. Then he left the office. Uzukage Tower, 1st floor. How much has been brought in? Asked Naruto as he walked into the lobby. Several hundred IDs and not much else. Sorry, Naruto, explained Kakashi. It's no problem, Kakashi-sensei. I found a journal that said that all the good stuff was put into a vault, that only an alive and willing Uzumaki could enter. That's interesting, said Zabuza. I never knew a seal could do that. Neither did I. But the Uzumakis were world-renowned for their sealing abilities, so it's not that big a stretch, mused the Cyclopes. Here, you can check for yourself, said Naruto as he offered the journal. Kakashi then took it, read for several minutes as the rest of the group looked on, and then offered it to one of the twins, saying, Damn, you took the words right out of my mouth. Now, let's go hit that vault. You should give anything you find to me, Do. It's not like you should get anything of use. In fact, I should go into that vault, and have first pick, sneered Sasuke. Hell no, team. Besides, only an Uzumaki can enter that vault. You will do as I say. I am an uchiha, shouted Sasuke. As in true fangirl style, Sakura agreed. Yeah, Naruto, giving you anything would automatically make it useless. Whatever. Kakashi, I'd like to report to my head ninja guard that his subordinates are being contentious. Of course, Naruto. This will go on the mission report that will go directly to the Hokage, replied the silver-haired Jounin. Are they seriously like this all the time? Asked Zabuza. I kind of feel sorry for Kakashi-san and Naruto-kun, replied Haku as Erasure nodded and the twins whispered poor Aniki. Alright then, let's go, said Naruto as he led the way to the location of the vault. When they got to the well-hidden entrance to the vault, he immediately noticed the seals. Well, this worked on the book, so let's see if it works now, said the blonde, as he made a cut on his hand and smeared it on the center of the door. Click! The door then swung inwards, and as Naruto turned to the others to ask the twins to accompany him, Sasuke pushed him out of the way and tried to enter the vault, dead set on getting what he felt should have been rightfully his. The key word being tried, because as soon as he took a step onto the threshold, he was blasted into a place somewhere between conscious and unconscious and thrown into the water. Ignoring Sakura's shout of Sasuke-kun, and Kakashi starting to fish the emo out, Naruto turned to the twins and asked, Would you like to come along? They both nodded their heads and followed the Jinchuriki into the dark opening. The first room they entered was a very large room, which looked to be about half the size of the rock formation that is in. Half of the room was completely dedicated to scrolls of various sizes and purposes. Some of them were on jutsu, some of them were on kenjutsu, some on forging, but at least 70% of them were on sealing, and there were at least 2 of each sealing scroll. On the other side were weapons, tools, armors, and other various things. There was a wide assortment of weapons, including, for some reason, a few instruments like a purple guitar. 9. Cool! Shouted the 2 redheads as Keihi immediately went to the guitar and Asagao went to the scrolls that said medic seals. After Naruto made the necessary clones to seal everything up into the 4 large sealing scrolls, he noticed another door opposite of the entrance that had the kanji 4 clan head. I guess that's me, said Naruto to himself, as he immediately went to the door. After he entered, he noticed that the room was significantly smaller, about the size of a walk-in closet. The first thing he noticed was a forest green Haori, 10, on a mannequin. The next thing he noticed was a stand with the weapons he saw in those pictures of the Uzushis. They were about 3.5 feet long in total, with a foot-long curved foot-long bandage-wrapped hilt, and a 2.5-foot-long blades that looked like a cross between a saber and a katana, either of which had a tsuba. After that he saw another display with a storage scroll, and a scroll with the kanji 4 wolf and one with the kanji 4 tiger on it. Taking the Haori off the mannequin, he noticed that it was way heavier than it should have been. He then saw a letter attached to the mannequin and decided to read it, putting the garment back for the moment. Dear Uzushio, I have finished that Haori you wanted to your exact specifications. There are 7 layers to it. The first 2 are a layer of my highest quality cotton on the outside and silk on the inside. Below those on the outside is a layer of fireproofing and waterproofing seals, and on the inside a set of temperature regulators. Apply chakra to the left chest area to lower the temperature, and the right to raise it. Below those are 2 layers of my highest quality stainless steel fibers weaved light fabric, and the final middle layer is a layer of overlapping shingle-like small metal plates, each about an inch in length and width. Again, all materials used in this construct were the highest grade I could possibly acquire. I have included several hidden inside pockets and pouches for weapons and sealing supplies, and I have put that fitting seal you told me about between the shoulder blades. Just focus some chakra into it, and it will fit whoever is wearing it perfectly. This could very well be my masterpiece, and I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to make it. I hope it serves you and the future heads of your clan well. Signed, Higurashi Takumi, 11. Set 2 days before the journal said the Uzumaki clan had died, which means that he probably never actually wore it. This is the most awesome thing I have ever seen, thought Naruto, amazed at the sheer amount of care and consideration that went into the garment, as he placed the letter into his left hip pouch. Indeed, Kit. The seals protect against fire and water jutsu and prevent you from dying from hypothermia or heat stroke. The steel weave offers slashing protection, and the metal plates offer piercing protection. It is truly an impressive garment, and the silk and cotton give it comfort and aesthetic appeal, observed the demon fox. Naruto then turned to the swords and drew one of them. It's a beautiful blade. Maybe you don't need those claws after all. I bet Kiba would like them. Dog breath? Yeah, he would probably like that. Maybe when you reinstate your clan, you can give them to him as a way to try and make a clan alliance. A clan alliance? What do you mean? I mean that you need to get in good with the other clans so that if something untoward were to happen to you, you could have friends to bail you out. Interesting. What do you think I should do with those summoning scrolls? He asked as he sheathed the blade and strapped the 2 of them to his back, with the hilt sticking over his shoulders. Something tells me you should wait before you sign one, replied Kyubi. Naruto then took his jacket off his body and the Haori off the mannequin again and put it on, noticing that currently it was several sizes too large. He then focused chakra into the seal in between his shoulder blades, and after a flash of bright light, and he could feel the Haori shifting on him. When it was finished, it looked the exact same just to his size. It was loose enough to be comfortable, but not enough to be hampering. The sleeves were long enough to cover half of his hands, but again loose enough that it wouldn't hamper his hands. A cursory examination found several hidden pockets in the sleeves, armpits, and even the lining of the garment. This thing is awesome. Hey, that scroll said Higurashi, right? Isn't that the place you got all your clothes and stuff? Asked the fox. Yeah, you're right. Perhaps I should thank them. When we get back, I'll have to find out what's in that sealing scroll, responded Naruto. He then sealed up the 3 scrolls and placed it in a pocket inside the Haori and left the room empty, but for a single mannequin. When Naruto made it back to the other room, he found that the only things in the room were the twins, one with a medical seals scroll and one with a purple guitar and what appeared to be a manual on how to use it, a single clone, a large box, a single sealing scroll into which all the others were sealed, 12, and several empty shelves and weapon and armor racks. You gonna keep those? Asked the blonde Uzumaki. The 2 of them simply nodded, too engrossed in the scrolls that they were holding. What's that? Asked Naruto to his clone, indicating the box. The clone, for some reason, seemed nervous as he opened the box and pulled out a single object. It was an Uzushiogakure Hittite. Naruto hesitantly reached out a hand and took the headband. He then tied it around his neck like a collar and sealed the box with the rest of them into the scroll. He then dispelled the clone and placed the scroll in a pocket and gestured the twins to follow him. Outside, Haku was watching the entrance of the vault, and by this time Sasuke had been fished out, had tried to go in again, was fished out again, had sworn, sat down on the shore to dry off and spurned Sakura for a date, while all the others had just sat by the entrance. She saw the three of them, and immediately noticed Naruto's changed outfit. Blushing at how good he looked in his new Haori, she called to them, "Hello, Naruto-kun, Asageo-chan, Keihi-kun, it looks like your search was fruitful. Hi Haku-chan, everything is all sealed up, me and Keihi have weapons, Asagawa is studying scrolls, I got this awesome Haori. And a few more things that are to say the least, badass. HN, you don't deserve anything dope, it should all go to me. I'm the last Uchiha. Give me those swords," demanded Sasuke. "Yeah, Naruto. 3 guesses and the first 2 don't count. No, these are my clan's secrets, and I am the client for this mission. Though based on this, I'll have to specifically request a different team should this ever happen again," said Naruto. "HN, all I want are the swords dope, seals are useless. The Haori looks like shit, that Hittite around your neck means you're a traitor, and a guitar is a stupid instrument. Actually Sasuke, the Yondaime Hokage's Hiraition, Flying Thunder God, was completely reliant on seals and is one of the greatest techniques ever made. The guitar is most likely more than it appears. The Hittite is probably just something like the symbol of your clan on the back of your shirt, and I think the Haori looks nice. I also recommend that you don't demand things of the client. It leads to mission failure, little to no pay, and marks on your record," responded Kakashi. "Whatever, I doubt that anyone would do anything to me, the last Uchiha. In fact, I'd be surprised if they didn't support me," said the Avenger arrogantly. "Let's just make camp," said Erasure, who was showing Keihi how to wrap his new guitar in bandages. "So you find anything particularly awesome?" asked Kakashi. "Yeah. There was armor, and weapons, and tools, and lots of scrolls. And I found this awesome guitar. This scroll says that if you channel, Chuck, R.A., into it, and play, it makes different things happen. It says here that someone actually made elemental rates with it, and that it unfolds into a scythe?" shouted Keihi. At this point Sasuke was slightly interested and wanted it for himself, but couldn't do anything for fear of reprisal. "Nah, Zabuza, I was wondering if you could help me figure out how to use these things," asked the Haori wearing genin, gesturing to the swords on his back. "What do I get out of it?" asked Zabuza. "I'll lower my cut to 5%, and I'll give you a few seals that help with training." "What kind of seals?" asked Kakashi. "Weight seals," responded Naruto. "You can make them heavier or lighter by applying chakra to them." "I thought you could only make explosive tags and sealing scrolls," said Sakura. "I haven't just been trying to make jutsu this whole time, Sakura. I can now make the weight seals as well as minor barrier seals. Won't stop anyone like Kakashi-sensei, but they might stop Iruka-sensei depending on how much chakra you put into them. You just need to either overpower them, or rewrite the actual seals," explained Naruto. "Amazing, seals are one of the most complicated form of ninja arts, and he's just soaking them up like a sponge," thought Kakashi before asking if he could get a few weight seals as well. "Sure thing, Kakashi-sensei. Right now I have one on each of my wrists that are 20 pounds each, one on each of my ankles that are 30 pounds each, and one on my shirt that's 50 pounds 13. I plan on placing one on my new swords, and with my Haori, but it's already weighted, due to it being reinforced." "Reinforced?" asked Zabuza. "Yes, there are 2 layers of steel weave, and in between those is a layer of overlapping steel plates, as well as fireproofing and waterproofing seals and temperature regulators. That's a high-quality piece of clothing," remarked Erasure. "Yep, it was ordered for the Uzumaki clan head, but he died before he could ever wear it, so for all I know, I'm the first one to ever wear it," Naruto said, examining one of the sleeves. Fine, I'll take that deal." "Alright, you should know that I can't place the seals directly on clothing, so I will need to put them on some kind of arm/leg band." "Very well, here you go," said Zabuza as he took his arm and leg warmers off, 14, and handed them to Naruto. As he was applying the seal, Kakashi asked if Naruto could make something like this for all of Team 7, handing him his gloves. Sure, Kakashi-sensei, said a barely listening blonde, as he was busy placing the seals. Hey Dobe, give me some of those seals, demanded Emo Duckass. Naruto glanced at Kakashi, who simply nodded and told Sasuke to give him the arm warmers. As he was applying the seals, he explained how they work. If you want to increase the weight, then channel chakra into the seals and the weight will increase. If you just flare your chakra briefly, it will all go away. Each time you flare your chakra to get rid of the weight, you have to restart from zero. After Naruto had finished setting the weight seals, the group set camp for the night. Uzushiogakure Tower, base camp night. Naruto was just starting to fall asleep when Haku appeared and asked to talk. Sure, Haku-chan, what do you want to talk about? Asked the blonde. Do you really think that I'll be accepted in Konoha? Wondered a fearful Haku. Of course you will. And even if a lot of people don't accept you, I know people who would accept you without hesitation. Zabuza, me, Kakashi-sensei, the Hokage, the Ichirakus, Irika-sensei, and all my friends, responded Naruto, putting his arms around her. I suppose I just don't want to be alone anymore, said Haku, basking in the warmth of his body. I promise that you will be accepted, Haku-chan, even if it's only by me. Thank you, Naruto-kun. You should probably watch out when we get to Konoha, because there will probably be several people who will want your ability for either breeding or research purposes. GG, Zabuza, and I will do all we can to prevent that, but we can't be there all the time. I thank you for your concern, but I can take care of myself. If you say so, I just don't want anything to happen to you. You are my precious person. Thank you, said a blushing Haku. The two of them just sat there for the rest of the night until they fell asleep in each other's arms. Uzushiogakure Tower base camp morning. Naruto was the first one of the two to wake up, noticing that he was held down by a very warm weight. Opening his eyes, he noticed that it was Haku, sleeping on his chest. Blushing at how good she looked and the fact that she was that close, he lightly shook her awake. Haku-chan, you should wake up now. I don't want a Naruto-kun, said a half-asleep Haku. Please wake up, Haku-chan. Fine, if you ask that nicely, then she began, only to stop halfway through, noticing their position, not even remotely sleepy anymore. Sorry, and Naruto-kun, she said, blushing a shade that a tomato might envy. It's alright, he started, before noticing something interesting. Haku-chan, did you bind your chest? He asked, blushing. Yeah, how do you know? She asked suspiciously. Because, they aren't anymore, he pointed out. She said, then she stared at him for about 3 seconds, before blushing so red he was afraid she might pop, screamed KYA, punched him in the face and got off him. If you're going to do that to my daughter, I would appreciate if you did it somewhere where I can't reach out and poke you, and that you wear protection, said a familiar voice. Naruto and Haku looked over and saw Zabuza, Kakashi, and Erasure, just watching them, around a small fire. Zabuza-sama, nothing happened, insisted a red-faced Haku, before she noticed what he had said. Daughter? I don't see why not. If we're going to be living in a major ninja city, I want to be able to look out for you. Hi, T2-san, said the grinning ice user. Hi, no Kuni Noon. After an uneventful boat ride, it was time to say goodbye to Erasure. Why can't you come with us too, San? Asked Asugao. No, I can't, I'm sorry, I have things to do. But you Aniki has promised to take care of you and can put you in the academy so you can be ninjas, said Erasure kindly. All right, Tusan, we'll miss you, the twins chorused, hugging the man. All right, Imoto-chan, Odo-kun, let's go, said Naruto as he placed his hands on their shoulders. Okay, Aniki, the twins chorused once again, turning to hug Naruto. He then made a clone to carry Keihi as he carried Asugao, and the group took off at high speeds towards Konoha, leaving behind a waving man, who started coughing as soon as they were out of sight. Wow! Shouted the twins, as they looked upon the massive stone and wood structure that were the gates of Konoha. If you think this is awesome, just wait until I show you the rest of the city, exclaimed Naruto as the group started to make its way to the Hokage Tower. This place is rather interesting, said a rather withdrawn Haku, but before Naruto could comment on her, to him, strange new behavior, Zabuza asked, where are we going? The Hokage Tower. In order to report on the mission, get the 4 of you situated, and to show what Naruto retrieved for his clan. explained Kakashi. You mean our clan? Shouted Keihi as he playfully bopped Kakashi on the head from his position on the Naruto clone. Yo Naruto! I didn't think you had it in you. 2 kids, when do I get to meet the mother? Shouted a familiar voice. As they all turned they saw that it was Team 8, and the one who had yelled was a boy named Kiba who had black slit-like pupils, no irises, red fawn-shaped tattoos on his cheeks, and was for some reason wearing a fur-lined winter coat with a dog named Akamaru on top of his head, and wearing his leaf Hittite on his forehead. Why do you humans love dogs so much? They may be loyal, but that's because they're stupid. Now if you had a fox clan, that I would understand. Commented the fox. Actually dog breath, this is my Ototoku-in Uzumaki Keihi and my Amuto-chan Uzumaki Asagao. Said Naruto, trying to hold in his laughter at the Kyuubi's remark, to the gobsmacked team, as Team 7 continued on to the Hokage Tower. Kiba, pulling out of his disbelief first, caught up to the team, put his hand on Keihi's shoulder and said, I feel your pain. Shouted Naruto, just for that, I'm not going to give you the thing I was gonna. Oh? And what's that, an excuse for me to kick your ass again? No, I was going to give you something I found on our mission, but never mind. And then Naruto-kun, why you shouldn't judge Kiba so harshly. Stuttered a girl named Hinata. She had blue hair, white pupilless eyes, a fur-lined lavender jacket, and a perpetual blush, and was wearing her Hittite around her neck like Naruto's Yuzu-one. Alright. Grumbled the blonde as he put down Asagao. Here, I thought you might like these, he said, unsealing the Demon Brothers' gauntlets. Holy shit! These things are awesome! Shouted Kiba, who had stars in his eyes. Dumbass, where did you get those? Asked their sensei, a woman named Kurenai. She had red eyes, black hair, and a dress that looked to be made out of bandages with a thorn plant stem pattern, with a single red sleeve, with her Hittite like Kiba's. Alright kid, I gotta say that I approve of that one too. I got them off of the Demon Brothers, started Naruto. Kurenai the woman offered. Kurenai-sensei. Naruto finished. The Demon Brothers? How on earth did you get those from them? She asked. Spoils of war, Kurenai-sensei. Responded Naruto as he handed the gauntlets to Kiba, picked up Asagao again, and the group continued on to the tower. A little large, don't you think? Asked the last member on the team, a boy named Shino, with black sunglasses, slightly gravity-defying brown hair, and a large coat with the collar up covering everything up to his nose, wearing his Hittite like Kiba's and Kurenai's. I know a place where you could probably get them fitted, said Naruto. Really? Where? Asked Kiba, as the group entered the Hokage Tower. It's a place called Higarishi's. I know that place. It's supposed to be one of the best in the village, said Sakura. I've also got a little personal business to take care of there, commented Naruto. The 3 groups of ninja and 2 civilians, after waiting a little, entered the Hokage office to give their reports. Kurenai then gave her report for Team 8's successful D-rank mission and went back in line to listen to Team 7's report with her genin. We met up at the gates at 7:30, started Kakashi. Hokage's office 10 minutes later, and then we left Arashi-san behind and made our way here. Finished Kakashi to the dumbstruck Hokage. Holy shit! Naruto has a Kekkei Genkai? Screamed a disbelieving Kiba. Yep, responded the blonde as he held up his hand to allow his blood to flow out to make a perfect model of Akamaru. Wow! Due to the dangers and the effects of the C-ranked mission, I will be marking it down as an A-ranked mission in each of your records. However, you will only be getting the standard C-rank fare. As for the B-rank, I'd like to have a word with Sasuke before I pass judgment, stated the Hokage. He then turned to Zabuza and Haku. So you two would like to become citizens of Konoha? And why should I let 2 missing nins join my forces? Asked the old man. Haku here was never actually a shinobi, so she's just a civilian with the Hayatan Kekkei Genkai, so no one would care if she joined a village. As for me, Kiri is too embroiled in their civil war to really care if I join a village. Also I can teach kenjutsu, and things like that to anyone I deem fit, responded the demon. What do you think, Kakashi? Inquired the Hokage. I'd say give them a chance, said the Cyclopes. Very well, Momochi Zabuza, you are hereby instated as a jounin of Konohagakure. You will be given an apartment, a leaf Hittite, and a jounin flak jacket, and a dojo if you request it, but will be placed under a year's probation, meaning no solo missions over a C rank, no traveling outside the village other than for missions, a tale of Ambu inside the village, and you will be spending the night in the TNI department. Yuki Haku 1. You will be given the rank of Chunin, with the same stipulations as Zabuza. But if you wish to work in the hospital you may. Do either of you have a problem with this? Actually, I would be appreciative if my daughter could live with me, replied Zabuza. Oh? Daughter? All right then, thank you Hokage-sama, replied Haku. All right Naruto-kun, I'd like you to tell me exactly what you found inside that vault, asked the Hokage. All right Gigi, but first, I'd like everyone but Kakashi-sensei, Asageo-chan, and Keihi-kun to leave. Kiba, wait outside and I'll take you to that armament store I was telling you about to get those claws fitted, responded Naruto, shocking everybody there that he could call the most important and powerful man in the village Gigi. What? It was just getting to the good part, complained Kiba as he and the rest of his team left. Why can't we stay? Asked Sakura as Sasuke nodded. Because your mission client, your sensei, and your Hokage say so, replied the third. I want to see what he found, so I'm staying, replied Sasuke. You will leave now, said the Hokage. After a little bit of grumbling, Sasuke finally left. All right Jiraiya, you can come out now, Hiruzen told a seemingly empty piece of wall. All right sensei, said a man who seemingly materialized out of thin air. He had long, spiky white hair, a horned Hittite with the kanji for oil, wooden geta, and green battle kimono with a red vest. Who are you? Asked Naruto. Who am I? I am the man who makes other men shake in fear, the man who makes women swoon with just a look, the man with the never-ending charisma, the world-renowned author, one of the Densetsu no Sannin, the legendary Toad Sage, Jiraiya. The man shouted doing a strange dance. Never heard of you, Naruto told the man, who then face vaulted. So what are you doing here? Your family were seal experts, and since I have the most knowledge of them, I'm here to make sure nothing explodes and kills us all, replied the Sannin. You're a seal master? After Jiraiya nodded he asked, can you teach me to be one too? I want to do my family proud. Sorry Gaki, I only teach apprentices. Now first of all I'd like to see this journal you found, asked the Hokage. Before that, I'd like to make a few requests Gigi, asked Naruto. And what would those be? I would like to apply for clan status, adopt Keihi-kun and Asageo-chan as my siblings, and put them into the academy. I don't see why any of those things would be a problem. Your family was a clan once, just in a different village. You just need to be at least Chunin to be a clan head though. The children are your actual blood and flesh family, so there aren't any legal loopholes to stop you from adopting them, and anyone can go into the academy if they so choose. They'll just have to wait until the beginning of the next academic year, he said as he took out several forms. Naruto nodded and then placed the journal, the letter regarding his new Haori along with said garment, the 2 summoning contract scrolls, the sealing scrolls, and the swords on the desk. He then motioned his new siblings to do the same. Medical seals? I don't suppose you could let me see those, could you Gaki? Asked an interested Sannin, as the third picked up the journal and began to read. Sorry, but only clan members can learn those, replied a smug blonde as he filled out the paperwork, and described everything his clones had found. Smartass thought and amused Jiraiya as he started to read the letter regarding the Haori. After the two of them had both finished reading the journal and the letter, they looked at the summoning scrolls, finding them legitimate. They then asked what was in the scrolls. All the stuff in the initial chamber is in this one, the IDs are in this one, and this one I have no idea because it was just sitting there with the summoning contracts, replied the blonde, indicating the scrolls one by one. All right Naruto, I will make the announcement about your clan tonight. Come here at around 7 for the meeting with the council. After that I'll show you to one of the empty compounds of the village set aside for new clans where you can show me the rest of what you found, said Hiruzen. Gigi, I'd like to request that a shrine be erected in the compound so that I can place these IDs there, and so that my future clansmen may remember the fallen. Of course Naruto, when we go there, I will bring a carpenter friend of mine, and he will build one wherever you ask. All right Gigi, if that's all I'd like to show my now family and friends around the village, said the Jinchuriki. Very well, dismissed, replied the Hokage. Naruto and his siblings then retrieved everything that they had put on the desk and left the office. After the three of them had left, Jiraiya turned to the Hokage and asked, "Are you sure about this? I mean, the council is going to go ballistic if the Gaki tries to start a clan. I don't really care, he has all the right in the world to do so. All the members of his clan have innate understanding of seals, chakra that is more potent than normal, life forces that make it almost impossible to kill them unless you aim for the heart or the brain, and even then sometimes they survive, as well as Naruto having his Kaketsu. Did you see Asageo-chan? She was reading that scroll on medical seals, and she didn't even look fazed. And the weapon that Keihi-kun had sounded like a formidable tool. What if the council demands that he hands everything over to one of the other clans?" asked Kakashi. "I'll tell them that if one of the clans wants something, they will have to give him something of equal value of theirs in return," said Hiruzen. "What of the girl, Haku?" wondered a concerned Jiraiya. "I will place her under my protection, to keep her away from people like Danzo," said the third sternly. "Will you teach Naruto?" asked Kakashi of Jiraiya. "I'll teach him seals, at least until you say it's alright to teach him other things, like the Toad Summon if he doesn't want to sign either of the ones he got in Yuzu, and I'll teach him the Rasengan during the Chunin exams. I don't really mind, you can teach him anything you wish. But before that, Hokage-sama, I'd like to recommend Naruto for either Umbu or Special Jounin on the basis of his chakra reserves that are almost as high as yours, as well as his exceptional sneaking and trap-making skills, as well as his sealing capabilities," said Kakashi. To say that both of the other men were shocked would have been an understatement of the century. "Do you really think that he's ready for that kind of work?" asked the Hokage. "He has been able to sneak around and kill me orange, pranking people including yourself, and every clan in this village, several of which are renowned for their censors. A testament of this is when he painted the Hokage mountain in broad daylight, wearing said orange, not get caught until after he started screaming at the village and banging paint cans together, and then outrun several Jounin and Chunin, and only get caught by Irika, who has proven time and time again to be the only one to catch him, as well as sneak into the Hokage mansion and steal the Forbidden Scroll the night he became a genin, not to mention that he was able to infiltrate both Zabuza's base and Gato's mansion, gathering intel which allowed us to complete the mission, save several lives, and bring a bloodline to this village. As for his seals, while we were on the mission, he was able to learn weight seals, as well as 3 types of barrier seals, 1 non-elemental, 1 doton, and 1 futon. He also learned the Katon barrier seals while on the way, in, and from Yuzu 2-3, and while they may have been rather weak barrier seals, they would be able to trap any one of Chunin level skills. Very well, Kakashi, if I believe he has done well enough in the Chunin exams, I will promote him accordingly," responded the oldest man in the room. Maybe I should teach the Gaki as soon as possible," mused the self-proclaimed super pervert. "And the Uchiha? While he will have the B rank in his record, he will not receive pay, he will also be receiving a permanent mark on his record for insubordination," responded the Hokage. "Don't you think that's a little harsh?" asked Kakashi. "No, I don't. It is the same punishment that I would give anybody, including you and Jiraiya." "Very well, Hokage-sama," said the Cyclops as he too left the office. Outside the Hokage's office, "All right, Naruto, where's this place you were telling me about?" asked Kiba. "I'm going there now with the little ones, so you can just follow me." "Zabuza-san, Haku-chan, I can show you around the village if you don't mind a little detour first," said Naruto. "I don't mind," said Haku as Zabuza simply shrugged. "Great, so just follow me and I'll show you guys a good time, right guys?" asked Naruto to his siblings. "Aye, sir." 4. Higarishi's shop. "Here we are!" shouted the blonde. "Higarishi's, huh? I've heard of this place," thought Zabuza as the group walked in. "Welcome to Higaru, Naruto? How's it going? Haven't seen you in a while, what do you need?" said the girl behind the counter who turned out to be Tenten. "Well, Tenchan, I was on a C rank so I've been gone a while. I am showing my new family and a couple of friends around the village, and Kiba here would like a new weapon of his fitted, and these two are about to enter the academy. I'd also like to talk to your old man about something," responded Naruto. "Hello there, what are your names?" asked Tenten of the twins. "This is Keihi," said Asagao. "This is Asagao," continued Keihi. And this is our Aniki. They both finished, doing the same pose that they did when they introduced Erasure, making everybody who was there sweat drop. Nice to meet you. I'm Tenten. Name's Kiba, and this is Akamaru, shouted Kiba as Akamaru barked from on top of his head. My name is Haku, Tenten-san, and this is Zabuza-sama, said Haku, bowing to the girl. Okay, said Tenten, not really comfortable with the formality. I'll go get him Naruto. Thank you. After Tenten left, the group started going around the store just browsing. Once again, Keihi immediately headed for the weapons section along with Naruto. Asagao headed for a selection of battle kimonos. Kiba waited by the counter along with Haku and Zabuza. After about 5 minutes pass, Tenten came back with a man who they could only assume was her father. He was an average-sized man, well-muscled, had salt and pepper hair, and was completely covered in leather except for his head, which had a pair of black goggles on top. Hello there, I am the owner of this fine establishment. You can call me Higurashi, everyone does, said the man rather cheerfully. Hello Higurashi-san, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I'd like to talk matters both personal and professional with you, and my friend here would like to get something fitted for him, said Naruto. Very well Uzumaki-san, I'll take your friend's measurements first, and then we'll talk, responded Higurashi, now completely business. Kiba then placed the gauntlets on the counter and allowed the man to take his measurements. After he was done, he took the gauntlets away, telling Kiba to come back in 3 days with the payment amount which, luckily, the genin could in fact pay. All right Uzumaki-san, follow me and we can talk. Naruto then followed the man down a hallway and into a small room with a desk and 3 chairs, 1 behind it and 2 in front. As Higurashi sat behind his desk, he motioned for Naruto to get comfortable. Now, what is it that I can do for you? He asked the genin. Instead of answering, Naruto took off his haori and put it on the desk along with the letter. He then took out his 1 remaining empty sealing scroll, several explosive notes, and 4 of each barrier seal. This is all rather nice, and I haven't seen barrier seals for years, but what do they have to do with me? Well Higurashi-san, I was hoping to thank you. While you may not have made this haori personally, it did come from here, Naruto replied, indicating the letter which Higurashi picked up and started reading. I was wondering if you could recreate and or repair it if asked to for me and my young siblings when they become genin. As for the scroll, tags and seals, I was wondering if I could sell them to you. And why would I be interested in buying your seals? Asked the man who had just finished the letter. Because I made them. I was hoping to make a deal with you. I provide you with seals, and you provide me with a cut, as well as the necessary materials with which to make them. And as I learn how to make new seals, I show them to you, and you decide whether or not you wish to sell them with the same conditions, answered the blonde. Very well, I'll give you a 20% cut. Since I'll be the one providing the materials to make them, you will come in once a week to maintain a number of tags and such which we will agree upon at a later date. 5. As for the haori, you provide me with the seals, and yeah, I could make and maintain a few for you. But before we do anything, I'd like to test the authenticity of your work. I'd like you to make each of these things in front of me, and activate it. For the barrier seals, I do know a clone jutsu or 2. Actually Higurashi-san, I know the Kagebun Shinjutsu, shadow clone technique, so I can use them to test the barrier seals. Is that right? Very well then, come out back and we can get started, stated the store owner as he led Naruto out of the building. All right, Higurashi-san, 1 moment please, asked the genin as he pulled out his sealing supplies. The first thing that he made was an explosive tag. He then slapped it on a tree, walked back to the man, and activated it. The resulting explosion blew the tree in half. He then took a blank scroll and made a new seal on it. Afterwards he dragged the top half of the tree on top of the scroll and with a poof, it vanished. Next, he took a rather large rock and handed it to the older man. After the man held it in his hand for a few seconds to feel its weight, he gave it back to Naruto, who started to write a new seal directly on the stone. When he was finished, he handed it to Higurashi again, who started pumping chakra into it, feeling it get heavier and heavier. He then flared his chakra twice in quick succession, making the extra weight disappear. 6. Finally, he made 31 clones. 16 of the Narutos then took out a piece of paper and wrote seals in 4 groups of 4. They then separated into 4 groups of 8, each with 4 in a square pattern, 7, 2 inside the square, and 2 outside the square. The first group of Narutos in a square then placed the seals on the ground with each of them inside the barrier facing out. One on the inside, and one on the outside then punched the barrier, showing that it was like punching a wall. They then threw kunai at the barrier, and they simply bounced off. The barrier was then lowered as the 2 Narutos dispelled, and the 4 in the square position switched so that they were outside the barrier facing in. They then did the same round of tests with the same results. After the barrier had been proven effective, all 8 Narutos dispelled. The next group was the Doton barrier group. They did the same rounds of tests, starting this time with the kunai test. While the 4 in the square were facing out, the kunai thrown from the inside simply bounced off, while the ones on the outside simply fell with a dull thud, the reverse being true when the 4 were on the outside facing in. When the Narutos punched the barrier, while it had the same effects, it was simply isolated to each Naruto's arm. After that group had dispelled, the Katon group was up. The group once again started with the kunai test, with the ones on one side bouncing off, and the ones on the other side bursting into flames. With the punch test, the ones on one side simply hit, while the clones on the other's arm burst into flames. Finally, there was the futon barrier. The group once again started with the kunai test, with the ones on one side bouncing off, and the ones on the other side being cut in half. With the punch test, the ones on one side simply hit while the clones on the other's arm got littered with little cuts, all the way to the elbow. That alone wouldn't really do anything, but together would quickly become a problem. 8. 9. After the whole display was finished, Higurashi stood there for about a minute and said, very well, I will sell your seals with the agreed upon conditions. Pleasure doing business with you, Higurashi-san. A word of warning though, these seals are basic elemental seals, and while they can capture anyone up to Chunin levels, anyone with adequate sealing abilities, which apparently no one does, can rewrite the seals, and those with high enough chakra levels can simply overload them. Also, they can't cover a large amount of distance, so the seals can be at most 5 yards away from one another. 10. Said Naruto as he shook the man's hand. I'll make sure to put that on the box. Just make sure you come to me with any new seals you make. Come back tomorrow and we'll iron out the details. As Naruto turned back to leave, he realized that he had gotten an audience. Well done, Gaki. I think I have just reconsidered teaching you seal work, said Jiraiya as the group left the area. What changed your mind? Asked the dubious blonde. Well, it was mostly the fact that you learned how to do all that in a couple of months, and books can only take you so far. You have a lot of potential, and I'll teach you other things besides sealing if you'd like, answered the pervert as the 3 of them entered the main part of the shop to find that Kiba had left, and the others were simply waiting for him to arrive. Aniki! Can we go see the village now? Asked an impatient Keihi. Sure, Ototo-kun, answered the blonde as he led the child to the window. He then made a sweeping motion with his arm and asked, See? That's not funny, Aniki. Pouted the boy as his sister giggled. All right, is there any particular place you'd like to see first? Asked Naruto of the group. How about the academy? Asked Keihi. The hospital, said Haku. The training grounds, said Zabuza. A restaurant, asked a blushing Asagawa as her stomach growled. How about we go get something to eat? I'll show you guys where the academy and the hospital are, since they are close together, and then I'll take you on a tour of a few training areas. After that, I'll show you some of my favorite spots, inquired Naruto. Sure, Aniki agreed the twins as Haku and Zabuza nodded. Hey Gaki, I'll leave you guys to it. I'll see you when you meet back up with Saratobi-sensei, said Jiraiya. Sure thing, Oyaji. I'm not old, you little brat, shouted an irate Toad Sage. Oyaji's funny, chorused the twins, giggling, causing Jiraiya to face fault. Whatever, he said as he left. 3 hours later, the group had just one more place to go before they finished Naruto's tour of the city, with the only things that had really happened were the group leaving Zabuza behind at one of the training grounds for a spar with a man with a green jumpsuit and massive eyebrows. 11. Who Zabuza claimed offended my eyes, and Tsuchiya Chiraka's going into the back room of his stand and shouting something that sounded like I'm so proud of you after Naruto introduced Haku, while his daughter I am fawned over the twins. Come on you guys, I want to show you my favorite place in the whole village, shouted an ecstatic blonde. But Aniki, I thought you said the ramen stand was your favorite place. Pointed out Asagao. That's my second favorite. He amended as he led the group up a flight of stairs. After about 5 minutes of walking, the group came upon a platform on top of the Hokage mansion. Naruto then motioned the rest of them to follow him and sat down on top of the fourth Hokage's head with Asagao in his lap. Haku then sat down next to him with Keihi in her lap. This is beautiful, Aniki, remarked an awed Asagao. No wonder you like this place so much, Naruto-kun, mused Haku. Heh, Naruto-kun, you oblivious dumbass, thought the fox. You guys should come here during dawn or dusk. Naruto told them. Then they just sat there until it was time for Naruto to meet with the Hokage and the council. Hokage's office. Hello, Naruto-kun, how was the tour of the Where is Zabuza-san? Asked the Hokage. The tour went great, Gigi. Zabuza went off and started sparring with a guy with huge eyebrows, responded Naruto. The Hokage then sighed and asked the Umbu in the room to go get him. Very well, I will take you to the council chambers. He then got up and led them out of the room. What is the council, Gigi? Asked Keihi. Amused that there was another person who called him Gigi, he answered the boy. The council is made up of the heads of all the shinobi clans, a few of my own advisors, and some of the more prominent civilians. Wow! Responded an awed Keihi. Does that mean that you'll be on the council one day, Aniki? Asked Asagao. I guess so. Responded Naruto as the group stopped just outside the council chambers, waiting for Zabuza to show up. Hey Gaki, said Jiraiya to Naruto. What do you want, Oyaji? Stop calling me that, shouted the man. I wanted to talk about my teaching you. I was thinking that I could teach you in the afternoons after your team dismisses for the day. It was while they were discussing Naruto's training that Zabuza finally showed up covered in bruises, cuts, and filth. Choosing not to comment at the moment, the Hokage opened the door and allowed the 5 people with him to go into the chamber first, with Jiraiya staying out. As Hiruzen took his seat, the council was whispering among itself as to what the demon brat, 2 children, a girl, and the infamous Momochi Zabuza was doing in the council chambers. Allow me to start this meeting. I would first like to introduce these 5. They are Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Asagao, Uzumaki Keihi, Yuki Haku, and Momochi Zabuza. During a mission, Naruto encountered them and convinced them to come to Konoha. As of today, Yuki Haku is a chunin of Konohagakure, and Momochi Zabuza is a jounin. He then paused to ignore the obligatory shouting. Yuki-san, while having extensive training, is in fact a civilian, and Kiri is too embroiled in their civil war to protest Momochi-san's joining of our forces. Yuki-san is a carrier of the Hayatan Kekkei Genkai, and Momochi-san is a master kenjutsu specialist, something which we are sorely lacking in Konoha. Noticing one man in particular staring at Haku with a rather hungry look, he continued to say, and Yuki-san is to be placed under both my protection and the protection of the Sarutobi clan, so that nothing untowards will happen to her. The Nara clan offers their protection as well, said a man with black hair tied in a pineapple-shaped ponytail and 2 scars on his face. As does the Yamanaka clan, said a man with blue eyes and blonde hair tied into a ponytail. As does the Akimichi clan, chimed in a huge man with wild red hair, old-style armor, and what looked like paint on his face. At this the man looked rather annoyed, but quickly hid it in a mask of seeming indifference. You can't hide from me, you old warhawk, thought the Hokage, before he continued with his announcements. May I ask what has happened to Zabuza-san? Asked a man with gravity-defying brown hair, a high-collared gray/silver coat, and what looked like a giant flask on his back. I found a man who offended most of my senses. Green jumpsuit-wearing bastard, screaming about Kami knows what. Huffed the demon, causing many in the council to shudder, knowing of the eccentric jounin known as Guy. I would also like to announce the reformation of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, with Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Keihi, and Uzumaki Asagao as members, stated the Hokage, pausing again for the civilian side of the council to express their outrage, while the shinobi side and the advisors looked apathetic. I would also like to announce that Genin Naruto will be instated as clan head once he becomes chunin, and that he has gone, with my permission, to the ruins of Uzushiogakure where he found several clan artifacts and scrolls, including his Haori swords, and young Keihi's guitar. As such, I will be giving him one of the empty districts set aside for when new clans are established within the village. You can't do that, shouted one of the civilian council members. And why not? Asked a deceptively calm Hokage. You know what he is. He cannot be allowed to breed or be the head of a clan. I would have no problem if one of the children were to lead the Uzumaki clan, but not him. The man argued. Of course I know what he is. He is a shinobi of Konoha. If that's a reason he shouldn't be a clan head, I'd like to see you tell the rest of the clan heads that. Hiruzuin responded as the shinobi council stared at the man who was turning rather pale at the old man's statement. And as for your insistence that one of the children would be better suited to lead the Uzumaki clan, Naruto is the only one with ninja training, and he has both a Kekkei Genkai and the highest amount of sealing expertise among them, which, as I'm sure you know, is what the Uzumakis were famous for. Hokage-sama, will the young Yuki be beginning a clan? Asked the man who had been staring at her. She has not applied for clan status, so no, she will not. Danzo. Then what will she be doing and where will she live? Asked Danzo, making Haku a little uncomfortable with his interest in her. She will be living with her father Zabuza, and will be working in the hospital, as a medic nin, stated the Hokage. Very well, acquiesced Danzo. Now, is there anything that anyone would like to ask? Asked the Hokage. What did the Gaki find? Asked a woman with frizzy brown hair, slit-like pupils, and red marks on her cheeks. Asked. That is a matter you will have to ask of Naruto, Tsum-san, stated the Hokage. If that is all, Jiraiya and I will now be showing Naruto, Asagao, Keihi, Haku, and Zabuza to their new homes. With the completion of the council meeting, the 7 of them then went to an apartment complex where the Hokage presented both Haku and Zabuza with a key. As they were about to be led to Tianai by a couple of umbu, Haku asked, Is it alright if I come along to see Naruto-kun's compound? Sure Haku-chan, as long as Gigi says it's okay, responded Naruto, as Jiraiya giggled in the background. I don't see why not. 5 minutes later the group met up with a man wearing a tool belt outside a section of the village which was walled off with a gate in the center of each of the 4 walls. Naruto could see the obviously recent addition of the Uzumaki symbol lining the wall, each about a foot in diameter, about 5 feet from one another, and halfway up the wall, 12. Well, it looks impressive enough. I'd like to be the first to formally introduce you to the Uzumaki compound of Konoha, Naruto-kun, Keihi-kun, Asageo-chan, said the Hokage as he opened the gates of the compound. The whole area was rather large, 13. There were several buildings, most of them being 2-story houses. A few were single-story or simple sheds. There were even what looked to be stores or food stands. Here and there were empty plots of land for whatever one wanted to put there, as well as several ponds, gardens, training grounds, and even a couple of onsens. In the center of the complex was a 2-story house that was easily the largest in the area. The 3 Uzumakis, for the first full minute, just stood there in awe of what would be theirs. Naruto-kun, as clan head, you will be living in the largest house in the compound. Asageo-chan, Keihi-kun, you will have to live with him at least until you become genin. At that point, you will be legal adults, and can live on your own in one of these other houses. Or you may stay civilians, and wait until you are 20, the Hokage told them, snapping them out of their reverie. Now, Naruto-kun, I'd like to introduce you to Daichi. He is the man who will be making the shrine for the I.Ds you found. Alright Gaki, I haven't got all night. Where do you want it? Daichi asked rather gruffly. After a brief tour, Naruto settled on a location. It was a medium-sized clearing on the shore of a large pond, and surrounded on 3 sides by sakura trees, in the northeast corner of the compound. All right, it should only take a 2, maybe 3 weeks at the most, kid, said the man, who then proceeded to take measurements. What do you say we get you situated, Gaki? Asked Jiraiya as the Hokage led the group, minus Daichi, to the clan head's house. The Hokage, along with Jiraiya, then showed the Uzumakis around their new home. When they entered, the first thing they noticed would be a staircase leading up to the 2nd story. On the 1st floor there were several different rooms, including a large dining room that could seat 10 comfortably, a fully equipped kitchen with a rather large pantry and several cabinets, 2 linen closets, each adjacent to one of the 2 3/4 bathrooms, 14, a medium-sized onsen, a workroom, a small infirmary, a few empty rooms, a library, and an armory. At these last 2, Naruto made several clones, gave them the sealing scrolls from the vault, and told them to unpack. He also noticed that none of the rooms besides the dining room table and chairs, the equipment in the kitchen, the weapons racks in the armory, the infirmary, and the large number of shelves and bookcases, the house was completely empty. There was no furniture. After that, the group made its way upstairs. There were 8 doors on that floor, one of which was a full bathroom, 2 of which were offices. Naruto placed the summoning contract and the sealing scroll from the clan head section of the vault in the biggest one, as well as the pictures of the Uzukages, and the rest were bedrooms, and unlike the rooms downstairs, they were furnished. 3 of the bedrooms were the same size, with 2 windows each, a full-sized bed, and a closet. The last bedroom was easily twice as large as the others, had a king-sized bed, 2 windows, a master bath, and a walk-in closet. It was at that point that a large amount of yelling was heard coming from downstairs in the armory, and Naruto groaned and started mumbling about crazy people. "What's wrong, Miniki?" asked a concerned Asagao. "One of my clones had an accident, Emuto-chan. Apparently, one of our family members was psychotic," said Naruto, as the noises stopped. "What do you mean, Naruto-kun?" asked Haku, who was sitting on the bed, causing Naruto to hold back a blush as the fox started making lewd comments about that particular fact. "Well, one of my clones was putting away a set of Fuma shuriken, when he found what looked to be containment seals on each of the blades. He wanted to see what was in there, so he activated it. When he did, regular-sized shuriken clones popped out of the seal about for a second for about a minute 15. Everything's fine now, but several of my clones were dispelled." "How do you know they were shuriken clones, Aniki?" asked Keihi. "They disappeared when they hit a solid surface," responded the blonde. "Sounds like a fearsome weapon, Gaki," commented Jiraiya. That could be as harmful to you as it is to your enemies. You should be careful with such a thing," said the fox. "Now that the tour is over, I must get back to work. Naruto-kun, good night," said the Hokage as he left. Later, Gaki, Chisaminono, 16, Jiraiya told them as he jumped out the window. "Bye, Aniki!" shouted the twins as they ran out of the room to theirs. It went for about a minute, until Naruto and Haku realized they were the only ones in the room, each lost in their own thoughts. "If I'm going to be clan head, I'm going to need to be strong enough to protect those precious to me. I wonder what the future will bring." It was at that point that Naruto noticed that he and Haku were the only ones in the room, a fact that was not lost on the Kyuubi either. "You're alone! Take her! Take her now!" shouted the giant fox. Naruto, holding down a huge blush, shook Haku out of her thoughts, saying, "Nah, Haku-chan, it's getting kind of late. I'll walk you to the Tianai department." "All right, Naruto-kun." The two didn't say anything until they reached one of the most feared places in Konoha. At that point she gave him a hug and, blushing, she entered. Naruto simply stood there for a few minutes, then smiled and left. 1 month later. It had been a busy month for Naruto, even after the 3 Uzumakis got settled into their new home. It had also been rather routine for the Jinchuriki. In the mornings, Naruto would make several clones to do various exercises while he trained with his team in the mornings, and then do a D-ranked mission. After that he would eat lunch, sometimes with Haku, who would tell him stories of her work in the hospital, or of how Zabuza would beat several jounins and chunins into the ground, pretty much daily, for his lessons, with him telling her of his missions and training. Then he would go back to the Uzumaki district and do several exercises, mostly body conditioning and practice with a few of the weapons in the vault. He had started carrying around 2 of what he had dubbed the Uzumaki shuriken. All the while, his clones again practiced jutsu, chakra control, and elemental manipulation, which he learned from his family scrolls, as well as training Keihi and Asagao, who, Jiraiya told him, both had more chakra than Sakura at the moment. After he was done with the physical aspect of his training, he would then sit down with the Jiraiya and learn seals. From the white-haired man, he had learned the Suetun and Right-Un barrier seals, and a few others, as well as a jutsu which allowed him to us the effects of the barrier on anything inside. 17. Naruto had also learned a few seals by himself, and was currently learning from one of the scrolls on medical seals, and thinking about a rather insane idea which he had an event told Jiraiya of. He would go once a week to Higarushi's to renew their stock of seals, including his new ones. As for jutsu, Jiraiya had also taught him the Bunshin Daibakuha, Great Clone Explosion, the Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, and the Kanai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Kanai Shadow Clone Jutsu, which he was mastering with the help of his Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone technique. He had also developed a jutsu for his bloodline where he controlled creatures he made with his blood, called Kakatsuchi Jie Kochika no Jutsu, Black Blood, Blood Construct Jutsu. The form he used most often were foxes, cheers to Yukubi, and at the moment he could control 3 of them, with his eventual goal being 10. Jiraiya had even allowed Naruto to sign the Toad summoning scroll after the 2nd week, giving Naruto a copy of the contract which he kept in his office with the others, and taught him to summon some of the smaller toads, the largest being the size of a horse, saying that he wasn't ready to meet the boss toad. As for his control, with liberal use of the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone technique, he could cut about halfway through a leaf with wind chakra, and crumble half of another with his earth chakra, 18, and could balance a kunai on 2 fingers on each hand. The shrine had been completed after about 3 weeks, in which Naruto immediately placed the IDs. He would go there every other day with the twins to try and learn the names of all of them. "Hey Gaki, we've got a B-ranked mission," Jiraiya told Naruto, who was practicing his kenjutsu stances in one of the training grounds in the Uzumaki compound, surrounded by dozens of clones. "What kind of mission, Ero-sennin?" asked a dubious blonde. Jiraiya, who had earned the nickname about 3 weeks ago after Naruto found out exactly what it was he wrote, handed him a photo and told him, "It's a search and retrieval mission. We need to find my old teammate, Tsunade, the single greatest medic nin alive." "And stop calling me that. Why would we need to look for her?" wondered a curious whiskered genin, thinking about asking the woman to train Haku, as he looked at the picture of a blonde woman with a diamond mark on her forehead, and what looked like watermelons in her shirt. "One of my spies gave me some information that made Sarutobi-sensei, and I feel as though it would be better if she was to come back to the village, and I specifically asked for you to accompany me." "Why? And what about my teammates? Doesn't it mean they can't do a mission if I'm out of the village?" asked Naruto, feeling a migraine coming along just thinking about Sasuke and Sakura's reactions, knowing that Kakashi wouldn't really care. I don't care about them," replied the pervert, making Naruto face fault. "They can latch onto another team for a time or temporarily get a reserve genin, one that doesn't have a team." "So why me?" asked Naruto again. "Is it so wrong to want to teach my apprentice something?" he said as he pulled what looked to be a water balloon out of his hip pouch. "Is it so wrong to want to teach my apprentice something?" Jiraiya asked as he pulled what looked to be a water balloon out of his hip pouch. "What is that for?" asked Naruto. "I'll tell you when we hit the road. Meet me at the main gate in 1 hour," replied Jiraiya as he walked away. 2 hours later, the 2 men were on the road after notifying Naruto's friends and teammates. He had gotten the Ichirakus to watch the twins for him while on the mission, and had gotten a rather interesting hug from Haku, where she accidentally shoved his head into her cleavage, one, which almost got him killed on behalf of Zabuza, and that his sensei had been teasing him mercilessly about for the last hour. "All right, Ero-sannin, where are we going, and what was it you wanted to teach me?" asked Naruto, as the 2 shinobi walked the path. "Tsunadeheim is a huge gambling addict, so we're going to wherever has the best gambling at this point, and time to find her. As for what I'm teaching you, it's a move the 4th created called the Rasengan, Spiraling Sphere, a devastating move that causes major damage to whatever you hit with it, though it's exclusively a close-range attack," explained the huge man as he pulled the water balloon out of his hip pouch again, and, for no real reason, smashed it on Naruto's head. "What the hell was that for?" yelled the blonde. "I thought you might still be all hot and bothered since your girlfriend let you motorboat her, and you needed to cool off," responded Jiraiya with a grin. What we're not like that. She's just a FF friend," stuttered Naruto with a blush that would make a tomato proud. "Of course, kid, whatever helps you sleep at night," said Jiraiya flippantly as he pulled another water balloon out of a seal on his wrist. "Now, the Rasengan has 3 stages that you need to complete in order to use it. The first stage is rotation. Watch and learn." It was at this point that the water balloon began to gain bumps that grew and grew before popping in a shower of water and thin plastic. "Now I want you to do that, and we'll move on to stage 2. You can do it on the road, said the Sannin as he pulled out another balloon before giving it to Naruto. 3 hours later, the two shinobi were just walking into a bustling town full of cheerful people, bars, stands selling various merchandise, and gambling dens. All in all, as Jiraiya would say, it was a perfect place for Tsunade Senju. Naruto, on the other hand, had made little to no progress in the jutsu, only making the balloon into a pancake made of water. Damn it, what am I doing wrong, Kyubi? Inquired the blonde to his tenant. I've already told you that I was going to stop spoon-feeding you the answers. But knowing you, you'll keep bitching, so I'll give you some advice, and if you still haven't figured it out by the time you've left this village, I'll tell you the answer. Ask the pervert to show you how it's done again, and then compare your balloon to his, advised the fox as he lay down to take a nap. Sigh, I'll hold you to that. Naero-sanin, can you show me how to do this again? Asked Naruto as he offered up the balloon, halting their progress through the town. Why, Gaki? Asked an annoyed Sannin, eager to visit a few houses of pleasure in order to continue his research. I want to see what I'm doing wrong. Very well, acquiesced the pervert as he pulled another water balloon out of the seal. Now watch closely, this is the last time I show you. As Naruto was watching, he tried to see what was different. The only thing I can think of is that his stays a sphere, and gets bumpy, while mine becomes a pancake. What does that mean? Arf! Raged Naruto inside his head. Shut the fuck up, I'm trying to sleep, yelled the fox. Bastard! Insulted Naruto. Hairless Ape shot back his prisoner. Stupid plush toy, retorted the blonde. Incompetent jackass, snapped Kyubi. After about 5 seconds of silence, in which the two of them were mentally glaring at each other, they both bust out into laughter, causing several people to question Naruto's sanity. What's so funny, Gaki? Inquired Jiraiya, who had been watching his changing facial expressions and was now wondering if the boy had finally cracked. Nothing, I was just thinking on our different methods, and I got sidetracked, responded Naruto after he had calmed down. Our different methods? Asked the white-haired man, as he got the two of them moving again. Well, when you do it, it stays a sphere, it just gets bumpy. When I do it, it becomes a pancake. I'm trying to figure out why. Gaki, how many directions do you spin yours? Asked the curious Jiraiya, trying to see if Naruto would figure it out with a little push. I only spin it in the one direction, it's not like you can spin, damn, responded Naruto, cursing his own stupidity, which the Kyubi wholeheartedly agreed. After he made this epiphany, Naruto began to spin the water in the balloon, but was having difficulty doing so in more than one direction. When he commented on it to Kyubi, the fox told him he could try it with both hands, which he did, thus allowing him to pop the balloon. The Gaki doesn't have the control to do it with one hand, so he used two. Interesting. Now that that's over, we can move on to the next stage, Jiraiya told his pupil, causing the boy to get stars in his eyes until the man beamed him in the head with a rubber ball. What the hell was that for? Demanded an irate blonde as he considered shoving the ball somewhere unpleasant for the older man. It's the next stage. The first stage was rotation. This stage is power. You simply have to pop the rubber ball like you did the water balloon, said Jiraiya as the two of them neared the hotel they were staying at. Before you go doing this half-assed, try putting as much as possible in the ball. Don't hold back. If the pervert wants power, then let him have it, advised Kyubi, thinking this was going to be rather entertaining. Shrugging, Naruto complied and shoved as much chakra as he could into the ball, and once he did, several things happened in very close succession. 1. Jiraiya sent chakra to his feet and covered his eyes with his arms and hands. 2. The rubber ball exploded. 3. Naruto was sent flying. 4. Several other people were sent flying. 5. A stand that sold takoyaki collapsed. 6. Kyubi burst into laughter. As the blonde genin recovered from his brief flight, Jiraiya was wondering if he was going to be able to complete the third stage due to the amount of power he had displayed. Alright, Gaki, I guess that you've completed the second stage, said the Sannin as he pulled out another balloon, though this one was empty. It was almost disturbing the way you did it, but it really shouldn't come as a surprise, considering who you are, I guess. Now on to the final stage, containment, he finished before blowing up the balloon. Naero-sanin, was the fourth a childish person? Asked Naruto. A little, why? Asked a curious super pervert. Balloons and rubber balls? Good point. Anyways, the third and final stage to complete the Rasengan is containment. This is what I want you to do. As Jiraiya said this, he held up his hand with the balloon in it, thus confusing the blonde as nothing appeared to be happening. And what exactly is it that I'm supposed to be doing? Asked the blonde. Maybe this will help you figure it out, said Jiraiya as he held out his other hand and formed a perfect Rasengan. Oh, you want me to make it a sphere instead of letting all the energy out at once? Why? Wondered the blonde. Maybe a demonstration is in order, said Jiraiya as he approached a large stone that was in front of the hotel. This is what happens when you do the Rasengan with only the first two stages, he said, as he thrust the incomplete Rasengan into the stone, making several scar-like marks to appear on the stone, similar to his clan's symbol. And this is what happens when you use all three stages, finished the white-haired man as he shoved another of the jutsu into the stone, completely obliterating it. Whoa! Was the intelligent response of the blonde, awed at the magnitude to the attack. Now you are not allowed to train within any towns that we pass through, since I don't want you to destroy anyone's property, said Jiraiya rather sagely, this coming from the man who just destroyed someone's rock. Deadpanned the blonde, causing the man to stagger slightly, but betray no other outward sign that he had heard the Jinchuriki. I'm sure I don't know what you mean, replied Jiraiya before he and Naruto got their room keys before going their separate ways, one to train, and one to gather information about their target and to do various other things I can't morally say. 2 weeks later, it had been a rather interesting 2 weeks for the pair. First, Naruto had discovered his almost disturbing luck when it came to gambling, which Jiraiya immediately capitalized on, making the boy gamble, only to spend all his winnings on booze and whores. Second was the two of them going from gambling town to gambling town following, unsuccessfully, rumors of Tsunade's whereabouts and somehow staying one step behind the entire way, while Jiraiya tried to get Naruto to read his books. Finally, Naruto made at least 100 clones each day to train on the Rasengan. He was extremely grateful that every clone had on them what he had on him, or he'd have had to spend a fortune on balloons, not that he couldn't or anything. 3. Though he did stop using them after the first week, while he worked on his taijutsu, kenjutsu, and his secret project, while making sure that it stayed a secret from Jiraiya. It was a rather pleasant day when the two men walked into town. Seeing that everybody was excited, Jiraiya decided to ask one of the passerbys what was happening. It's the Midsummer Festival, there's games, food, souvenirs, and there's the Midsummer Poker Tournament, our biggest tournament of the year. Anyone of age is allowed to play, and the grand prize is 100,000 ryo, replied the man. Thank you, said Jiraiya as he led Naruto a short ways away before finishing. Biggest tournament of the year? Anyone allowed to play? 100,000 ryo prize? This is a prime place to look for Tsunade. In fact, if you were to enter the tournament, you would be guaranteed to run into her if she enters. As he was talking, he was also thinking of what he could do with the money if Naruto won. Insert nosebleed here. At this point he actually looked his young protege in the face, and frowned when he noticed Naruto glaring at him. What? Why should I enter a tournament? If I lose, I get nothing, and if I win, you're just going to take my winnings again, and once again I get nothing. It's a lose-lose situation, and I don't really like it, responded the pissed-off blonde. Sai, I promise I won't take your money, Gaki. I just want to find Tsunade, said the white-haired man as he continued thinking of what he would do with the money. You better hope so, 'cause I'm telling Gigi about your thieving when we get back, and I'm also telling this Tsunade, said a smug Naruto, causing Jiraiya to pale whiter than a ghost. There's no need tada that I'll pay you back just until T-Sane Daito Kyumoni. He shouted so quickly that it was rather hard for the genin to understand, but when he did, he realized he had prime blackmail material. I won't tell Tsunade, but I want my money by tonight. I'll enter the tournament to find Tsunade. That night, the festival was in full swing, children going from booth to booth playing games, winning prizes, parents following them, buying food, old men drinking sake on benches, and inside a large hall, the poker tournament was starting. There were ninjas, civilians, bums, company heads, and various other people, with everybody wearing formal clothing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Midsummer Poker Tournament. We will first be holding elimination rounds of 5 people per table. After those are over, We will be holding semifinals where the winners of those matches will once again play 5 per table, with the winners going to the final event and a chance to win the 100,000 Rio prize. Each dealer is a shinobi of jounin status to ensure that there is no cheating, but each of you is allowed 1 spectator to watch your back. Now, would all 125 contestants please line up for a number, and good luck. And with that, all of the contestants began to file off to their respective tables to begin, with Naruto getting some corporate fat cat with a thug with a katana behind him, a rather attractive young woman who was alone, a man who looked like a monk with what appeared to be his apprentice, and an old man who looked like he was about to crumble into dust with a very young boy who kept calling him Gigi. They're letting children play? What a disappointment. I was hoping taking everybody's money was going to be fun. Grumbled the corporate man. You shouldn't discount him just because of his age, CEO-san, said the monk, getting nods from the woman and the old man. Begin. 1.5 hours later. It had been a rather interesting hour, in which people did try to cheat and were disqualified, people accused others of cheating, people losing all their money, and people tried to get Naruto thrown out due to his age. It was the final round, and Naruto was taking his place. A child, what has the world come to where a child is in a poker tournament? Asked a blonde woman as she too took her place, with a rather attractive young woman with black eyes and hair, carrying a pig, took her place behind her. Tsunadeheim? How are you? We should catch up when this is over, said Jiraiya, as he prayed that Naruto didn't do anything stupid. As long as you're buying the drinks, acquiesced the woman. If you're done yapping, I'd like to get on with the game, said an IWA jounin, a man with straight black hair and a ponytail down his back, black eyes, leathery skin, and who was wearing the standard IWA jounin attire, a red shirt with 1 long sleeve, black trousers, and brown flak jacket with a pouch on the front, with 2 long quivers with several kunai handles sticking out the end on each of his hips, and who was alone. I concur, said another businessman in a suit, who had what appeared to be his secretary behind him. The only response from the last player of the table, another woman with someone that looked like her husband behind her, was a nod. Final round, winner take all, 5-card draw, ace high, let's begin, said the dealer as he cut the cards. 30 minutes later, the first victim of the game had been the businessman getting cleaned out by Naruto, followed by the woman getting cleaned out by the IWA ninja, before the two of them took Tsunade's chips. All right, brat, you're pretty good at this. What do you say we make this interesting? Sudden death, all in on the next hand, the jounin asked Naruto as he pushed all his chips in the middle. I don't see why not, said Naruto as too he pushed all his chips in the middle. When it came time for the two of them to show their cards, the IWA jounin went first. Read M and weep, brat. Ace of hearts, ace of diamonds, ace of clubs, king of hearts, and king of diamonds, aces over kings, full house, I win, said the IWA shinobi as he reached out for what he assumed was his winnings. Sorry, but no, I think I win, said Naruto as he showed his cards one by one. 10 of spades, said Tsunade at his first card. Jack of spades, continued the businessman. Queen of spades, said a very surprised woman. King of spades, said a paling IWA nin. Ace of spades, finished Naruto as he grabbed his chips. Royal flush beats full house, winner is Uzumaki Naruto, said the dealer, causing the audience to erupt into various sounds of celebration and disbelief. As Naruto was celebrating Naruto's victory and he was accepting his prize, no one noticed the IWA ninja slinking off into the shadows, a dark look in his eyes. I don't know how you did it, and I don't care. But you will pay for this humiliation, you brat. I will make sure of that. 10 minutes later, random bar. Well, Tsunadeheim, let's get right down to business. Sarutobi-sensei wants you to come back to the village, said Jiraiya in a serious tone that was immediately contradicted by him downing a shot in one go. No, I promised myself I would never go back there. I've lost too much, said Tsunade as she too downed a shot. Come on, Tsunadeheim, Sarutobi-sensei is offering you everything you ever wanted before you left. Full reign of the hospital, a slew of mednines to train, money to pay off your debt collectors, you know, all that good stuff. But before she could tell him to shove his good stuff somewhere bad place, Naruto spoke up. You should listen to him, Bachan. It sounds like a good deal. he said, unaware of his impending doom. What did you just call me? Asked Tsunade, who had her eyes shadowed by her hair. Bachan, but I don't see, he started before he was interrupted, aka punched through a wall by an angry woman. That's it, you brat, it's not bad enough you steal my money, now you have to insult me. I'm going to destroy you, shouted an irate blonde as she followed a confused and slightly concussed Naruto through the hole. All right, brat, since you're just a gaki, I'll take it easy on you and destroy you with just one finger, said Tsunade as she held up said appendage. The databeo? Naruto said confusedly. Go on, gaki, kick her ass, shouted Jiraiya from his position on the other side of the hole, as Tsunade's apprentice started panicking, talking about death and destruction of property, and worst of all, more debts that needed to be paid off. What the hell just happened, Kyubi? Naruto asked his tenant as he sweat dropped at the behavior of the adults. Who the hell cares, kid? Just kick her ass and be done with it, answered the Kyubi, thinking it would be hilarious getting his container pounded into the ground by an old woman. I have no idea what's going on, but let's do this, shouted the blonde genin as he made that oh so classic hand sign, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, causing 5 copies of himself to appear, startling his impromptu opponent, 4 of whom rushed her with their swords drawn as the original, and the final clone began to run through hand signs, which they completed just as Tsunade dispelled the last of the 4 clones without so much as a scratch. Futon de Tapa, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Katan, Gokaki no Jutsu, Fire Style, Grand Fireball Technique. As the two unleashed their attacks, they combined and created an explosion which engulfed Tsunade for a full 10 seconds before they cut off the chakra supply. Is she okay, boss? Asked the clone before he and the original were sent flying from behind, dispelling the clone and revealing a slightly singed Tsunade. Congratulations, brat, you managed to singe my clothes, but now I'm going to end this. At this, Naruto made a few more clones who charged while Naruto prepared his next attack. As the clones began to attack her, he held his right arm out with his palm up, with his left hand holding his wrist, unknowingly copying his copying sensei, focusing chakra into a spherical shape. When he was finished, he charged the surprised woman with the technique. However, it was not meant to be, as Tsunade used her Herculean strength to shatter the ground, causing Naruto to stumble and accidentally hit the ground with the technique, making the marks that showed it was incomplete. She then flicked his forehead, making his leaf Hittite fly off, before flicking him again, only this time in the stomach, making him fly off, thus ending the fight. What the hell are you doing, teaching him that move, Jiraiya? Giving him false hope. You know he'll never master it. I mean, it took you a year to learn it, and the 4th 3 to make it, and the 2 of you have, and had, talent. This no-name kid could never be able to do what you do, shouted Tsunade to a cowering Jiraiya. What do you mean never master it? I could definitely do it. I bet you I could do it in 3 days. I have to be able to do the impossible if I want to be Hokage, databeo, shouted Naruto, causing Tsunade to zone out for a second on flashbacks, before snapping out of it. Oh, is that so, brat? She asked, getting a devious idea. Tell you what, I'll make a bet with you. You master the jutsu in 3 days, and I'll come back to Konoha, and I'll even throw in this necklace. And if you lose, I get all of your winnings for tonight. Why would I want a stupid necklace? Asked the blonde, caught up in the moment. It was owned by the Shodaime Hokage, and is worth so much you could buy 3 mountains with gold mines in them if you sold it, said Jiraiya from his position on the other side of the hole. Deal! Naruto instantly shouted, causing everyone else to sweat drop, before adding a stipulation of his own, surprising the female Sannin. If I win, you also have to teach me and my friend Haku medical jutsu. But if I lose, I'll also give you this. He finished, holding up the scroll that said medical seals. Medical seals, what are those? Asked Tsunade's companion. They are a set of seals that do things like convert regular chakra to medical chakra, permanently sterilize a room, or increase the potency of any medical chakra within a certain area, explained Jiraiya, miffed that Naruto was willing to give Tsunade the medical seals scroll and not him. Fine, brat, if that's the way you want to play, then deal. If you win, I'll come back to Konoha, give you my necklace, and teach you and your friend medical jutsu. But if I win, I get your 100,000 ryo and that medical seals scroll. It's a deal, see you in 3 days, said Tsunade as she walked off with her companion hurrying after her. Humph, I'll show her, wait, what the hell just happened? Shouted Naruto, once again confused as all hell. Dumbass, shut up, you sure you can do that, Gaki? Asked Jiraiya, understandably concerned. I already can do it, Ero-sanin. Responded the blonde, startling the man, who couldn't believe that the boy had done it in just 2 weeks. What do you mean, Gaki? I saw it, you failed the jutsu, how can you know it? I've been able to do it for a couple of days now, I just have to use a clone to do so, said Naruto as he began walking to the hotel. I just need to up my training from a few dozen to a few hundred in order to do it one-handed. I hope for your sake you're right, Gaki, said Jiraiya as he watched his young protege walk off to prepare for the next day of training, before realizing that he was now stuck with the repair bill for the bar's wall. Next day, 9 o'clock at night, Naruto had made good on his promise to Jiraiya about his training regimen and had increased his clones to 250. It had been a full 14 hours of nonstop work, and he was mentally and physically exhausted. However, just as he was about to go to bed, he heard a knock on the door. When he opened it, it was revealed to be Tsunade's young companion who had knocked. May I come in? Asked the woman. Sure, replied Naruto, not actually certain of his visitor's name. Oh, how rude of me. My name is Shizen, she said, holding out her hand. Ah, Naruto, he said back as he gave her hand a firm shake. What can I do for you? You need to call off the bet, said Shizen seriously. What? Asked a confused Naruto. You need to call off the bet, she repeated, louder than last time. You have no idea what's at stake here. I don't know what caused Tsunade-sama to bet that necklace, but you can't take it. It will only accept her wearing it, and if you take it, it will kill you. She already gave it to 2 others who were the most important people in the world to her, and they died the next day. She stated, shouting at this point. I don't care, I will win that bet, and Bachan will be coming with us to Konoha. Something like a cursed necklace won't kill me. I still have to become Hokage. You don't understand, you can't, started Shizen, before getting interrupted by Naruto. I don't really care. If she knew the risks and still bet the thing, then I'm going to take it when I win. If she didn't want to let it go, then Bachan shouldn't have bet it. I guess I can't convince you to give this up, huh? Asked Shizen, getting a shake of the head from the boy. Very well, just answer me one thing. Why do you keep calling her Bachan? Because she is. Naruto replied simply, then held up his hand, stalling any objection she might have. She is Senju Tsunade, right? Granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, right? That means that she is the granddaughter of Uzumaki Mido, the first Hokage's wife. That means she is part Uzumaki, which means that, in some way, shape, or form, we are related, he finished, ecstatic that he had another person to call family. It was at that point that Naruto pulled out a photo and handed it to Shizen. As she looked at it, it was revealed to be a picture of him on his knees with an arm each around Keihi and Asagao in front of their home. That's my Ototoku and Keihi, and that's my Amuto-chan Asagao. I found them on a recovery mission to Uzushiogakure. They were being raised by a man named Erasure who asked me to take them to Konoha because they wanted to be ninjas and he couldn't go because he was dying, which is weird, because if he was so sick, then he shouldn't have been able to take us to Yuzu. Anyways, he asked me to take care of them and to do everything I could for them. That's the reason I applied for clan status in Konoha. The moment I become Chunin, I become the head of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, and if she wants, she's more than welcome to be a part of it, said Naruto with a tone that spoke the utmost certainty. It was at this point that Shizen got up and made to leave, saying, I see. I hope you win your bet then. Tsunade-sama has been so sad since my uncle and her brother died. Maybe being a part of a new family will let her move on. She deserves happiness. Oh. Naruto, I also wanted to ask, who is this Haku? She asked him, turning back, and was then surprised when her answer was a blush and another picture. This picture, while it had the 3 Uzumakis, it also had an old man in red robes, another man with gravity-defying silver hair and a mask, and a beautiful young girl around Naruto's age, who had straight black hair down to her waist, black eyes, and a light blue battle kimono with snow flakes on it. The old man is Gigi, he began, before getting interrupted. You call the Hokage Gigi? asked an incredulous Shizen. Yep. Anyways, the masked man is Kakashi-sensei, and the black-haired girl is Haku-chan, he said, making Shizen raise an eyebrow, before a devious smirk appeared on her face. Oh? Haku-chan? Does somebody have a girlfriend? She asked, making Naruto splutter and poorly deny the accusation. This is your sensei? If he's there, where are your squad mates? Asked Shizen, whose response was a rather sad smile. They didn't want to come, he answered, causing her to drop the subject. They then spent a little time trading stories of their respective sannin, and then said their goodbyes, preparing for the day of the bet, either realizing that two people had heard the entire conversation, each with very different mindsets. Final night of the bet. It was the day to put up or shut up, the day that determined the fate of two individuals. It was the day for Naruto to demonstrate that he could use the Rasengan, and it was just Naruto and Tsunade that day as they walked out of the town. Jiraiya was still sleeping, and Shizen was cleaning her and Tsunade's room. Tsunade was acting rather strange in Naruto's opinion, and when he asked about it, she gave him the last answer he would have ever expected. I heard you talking to Shizen, she said, getting wide eyes from Naruto. I had never really thought about the Uzumaki side of my family, only really paying attention to my Senju heritage, so I thought I was all alone in this world. If I do come back, can I really live in the Uzumaki district? I'd like to meet the rest of my family, she asked, to which Naruto nodded his head before pulling out the same picture he showed Shizen of him and the twins. That's Keihi-kun, and that's Asageo-chan. I bet they'd love to meet you, especially Asageo-chan. You do seem to have that effect on kunoichi and those aspiring to be one, he joked, causing her to bop him on the head. That's good to know, you little fucker. I'll be sure to visit them, said a voice from behind them. As they turned around, it was revealed to be the IWA shinobi from the other night, except this time he had a scratch through his hitate, symbolizing he was a Rougenin. After, of course, I kill you tree huggers, loot your corpses, find my money, and maybe have a little fun with that black-haired whore. It was just going to go on their names from that conversation with the girl, but a picture will be so much easier. I'll also have to visit that girlfriend of yours, he finished as many more people surrounded the two of them. Conversation, you were listening? Asked Naruto as he got into a ready stance along with Tsunade. The first to kill one gets a reward, he shouted, causing several of his thugs to, believing them to be a helpless woman and child, rush them and what few civilians were in the area to flee. It was when the first man got to them, however, that a problem occurred. The man had foolishly attacked them from the front, going for a jumping vertical slash. That is, until Tsunade instinctually punched him hard enough in the stomach to liquefy his organs, forcing a large amount of blood out of his mouth and onto Tsunade. Holy shit! Shouted everybody there except for Tsunade and, of course, the guy she just punched, staring at his prone form before looking at a trembling Tsunade, who had collapsed and was staring at the blood on her hands. I don't know what just happened, but I guess it was just a fluke. Kill them! The IWA shinobi shouted again, once more prompting his goons to attack. It was as Naruto was defending the two of them when his shinobi instincts kicked in. He traded blow for blow with the bandits, knocking them out one by one, only getting a scratch or two, before they got smart and started going after Tsunade, making it difficult for him to defend, as they seemed to suddenly know the importance of coordinated attacks, not letting him have a moment to retaliate. However, even the most proficient of fighters make mistakes, and these were just a bunch of random a-holes. When a man stumbled on a rock on the path, it allowed Naruto to whip out one of his swords and, without thinking, slash it across his enemy's throat, making the rest of them back off. Incompetent bastards! I'll take care of this! Shouted the IWA leader as he stepped forwards, drawing a pair kunai, each with a meter-long blade, two, from a quiver of them on each of his hips, one in each hand. Prepare to die, you little tree-hugger bastard! He screamed as he charged the young genin, who drew his swords and ran to intercept the man. When he was within reach, the IWA nin thrust the kunai in his left hand, which Naruto knocked out of the way with a thrust of his own, which the IWA nin dodged by jumping back around 20 feet. He then immediately threw his kunai at Naruto, drew two more, stabbed them into the ground to the handle, and started doing hand signs. As Naruto blocked the kunai, The Iwanin finished and shouted Doton, second, Earth style, stone swords before pulling on the kunai, bringing them up, along with a coating of stone, making them a few inches longer, thicker, twice as heavy, sharper, and charged with chakra. He then charged at Naruto again, who also sent chakra to his own blades to counter. It was just not to be, however, as the Iwa shinobi was a jounin for a reason, as he simply overpowered and outran the blonde and started to simply slash at him without remorse. Some were blocked by Naruto's blades, and some by his Haori, but he still got several severe slash wounds on his body, legs, hands, and a few on his face before getting kicked away. Dumbass, take off the weight, and kick this bastard's ass, whatever, you damn fox. Naruto mentally screamed as he put his hands in the Torah seal and flared his chakra twice, making all 150 pounds that his seals placed on him disappear before shifting to the cross seal, and made a few Kage Bunshin before once again focusing chakra into making a Rasengan before charging the man, who had made a clone of his own and was destroying Naruto's. As he rushed the two of them, the clone noticed Naruto coming and placed itself between him and his master and took the attack, and while it was destroyed, it only got the spiral scarring, indicating that it was an incomplete technique. What was that supposed to be, brat? Was that the Rasengan? The fourth must have just been very lucky and fought nothing but Genin and Chunin if that was one of the jutsu that ended the war, shouted the Rujnin as he destroyed the last of Naruto's clones, before charging him, causing Naruto to clap his hands together and thrust them at his opponent, shouting Futon, Uzushio, wind style, beast wave palm, knocking the man back, giving him room to prepare his next jutsu as he skipped backwards. Futon, Kaze no Yaiba, wind style, blade of wind, he shouted before firing off the near invisible jutsu. However, the black-haired man dodged it, but not quickly enough, as he was cut on his left arm, causing it to become useless, and making him drop the blade. You little bastard! That's it, I'm going to kill you, but first I'm going to slit that whore's throat in front of you! Screamed Naruto's foe as he dashed towards Tsunade's still trembling form, drawing back his blade to end her life. Letting out a victory cry and closed eyes, the Nin thrust with his weapon, and heard the satisfying sound of pierced flesh, before feeling something wrap around his hand. Opening his eyes, he saw Naruto standing over Tsunade with the rock-enhanced kunai buried in his left palm with his fingers wrapped around the man's hand, keeping him there. He was about to simply pull out of the boy's grip when two hands suddenly burst out of the ground along with the clone, the hands wrapping around his ankles, and the clone jumping on his back, and putting him in a triangle choke, preventing him from moving. The original then held out his right hand, gathering chakra once more into his newest jutsu. Ha! If that's what you're going to use, then I have nothing to worry about. Come on, you little tree hugger fuck! The Iwa man taunted, causing Naruto to get so pissed he actually skipped the irrational thinking stage and became extremely focused. Naruto then shoved the spinning ball of chakra into the enemy's chest. At first, however, it didn't look like it was doing anything, before the leathery-skinned man gained an expression of pain, before vomiting blood and shooting off through a kiosk, leaving the kunai in the blonde boy's hand, and into a wall, where he fell to the ground in a lifeless heap. Naruto then pulled the kunai out of his hand, dropping it on the ground with a clang, before turning to Tsunade, who was once again having flashbacks. I win, Bachan, he said with a smile, which Tsunade returned, before Naruto was sent flying by a blow to the chest from a man who looked like a boulder with limbs, carrying a hammer that probably weighed more than Keihi did. You little bastard! You killed the boss! Let's get him, he shouted, making the others cheer as well. It also seemed to make something snap in Tsunade, as, with a loud scream, she immediately forgot the blood that covered her and punched the fat man, instantly killing him, before turning on his colleagues. It was at that point that Jiraiya and Shizen appeared, the latter going to check on the boy, and the former to join the blonde woman. It didn't even take a cursory glance for the young medic to see that there was a serious problem with the blonde. Tsunade-sama, his chest cavity is completely caved in. 3. I can't heal this, shouted the black-haired woman, making her master break off the slaughter, to join her. Shit, he's losing too much blood. He's not going to make it at this rate, said the Sannin, as she shoved a few hemoglobin pills into his mouth, and then continued treatment. Come on, brat, get up! She shouted as she saw her brother's and her lover's face overlap his. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Tsunade mentally screamed as she noticed the seal on Naruto's stomach start to shimmer. What is this darkness? Are you dying, Kit? I'm afraid I can't let that happen. You need to live if I'm going to kill that Uchiha bastard, said the fox, as he pumped as much chakra as he could into the boy to heal his injuries, not realizing how lucky he was that Naruto hadn't hurt him. Don't die! Don't die! Don't die, damn it! You can't die! Was the mantra in Tsunade's head as she continued to pump as much medical chakra as she could into the boy in front of her, pulling every trick she knew to keep him alive, some that only she knew, before pausing at a tugging feeling around her neck. When she looked down, it was revealed to be Naruto's hand around her necklace, as he smiled at her and said, "This is mine now, Bachan," before once again going into unconsciousness. He's okay, sighed Shizen, glad that they had gotten Naruto out of immediate danger, though the two women continued treating him, as he could easily slip back. Being Hokage is your dream, huh? One more time, for the last time, I want to believe in someone. Become a great shinobi gaki. Become one that's even better than the person you are now, thought a smiling Tsunade, as she took off her necklace and put it on Naruto. Hospital next day, 4 p.m. The first thing that Naruto ended up doing when he regained consciousness was the one thing he hated doing more than any other. He stared at the bland white ceiling of what he assumed was a hospital room, judging by the smell of bleach and antibiotics wafting through the air. Why is it always white? Why can't it just be an awesome shade of orange or something? He asked the air, startling the person on his left, before he was glomped by Tsunade, almost causing his wounds to open up. Don't you ever do that again, do you hear me? She asked, getting a pained groan from the boy. You dumbass Kit! You almost killed me! Screamed the Kyuubi from his prison. Almost killed you? What about me? Demanded an indignant Naruto. What about you, Yuto? Naruto! Naruto! Shouted a voice, preventing the blonde from making a scathing comment to answer Tsunade. I'm sorry, I zoned out. What did you say? I just wanted you to know that when you're completely healed up, we're heading back to Konoha. Oh, okay, he said, nodding before her words actually registered in his head. Wait, we? Yes, we. You won the bet, said Tsunade, pointing at the necklace Naruto was now wearing before continuing. Shizen is packing for us as we speak, and I also have to keep an eye on those siblings of yours. Kami forbid Jiraiya has an actual influence on them. That's true, Naruto told her, nodding, before a thought occurred to him. Wait, what about that guy I was fighting? He asked, but before Tsunade could answer, someone else did it for him. You killed him, Gaki. Congratulations, that was Yoshida Nobo, a high B-rank missing nin from IWA. I sealed his body into a scroll so that you could get his bounty when we returned to the village, said the voice, revealed to be Jiraiya sitting on the windowsill. I killed him? Asked a trembling Naruto as he looked at his hands. Yes, you did, Jiraiya told him with the most serious expression Naruto had ever seen on his face. While he was your first kill, he will not be your last. Murder, torture, theft, blackmail, extortion, and many more things that would send any normal civilian to jail are daily occurrences for shinobi, and if you can't take it then you need to find a new line of work, Gaki. Do you ever get used to it? Asked Naruto. No, you don't. While you may be able to suppress the guilt, you will never fully get used to it. I haven't. And if ever you do? Quit. If you ever stop feeling guilty at death, you have been doing this job for way too long. I understand, Ero-sanin, said Naruto, making Jiraiya fall out the window and Tsunade laugh at the name. Damn it, brat. I told you to stop calling me that, shouted the man, regaining his place on the sill. Ero-sanin, Naruto continued, making the man fall onto the floor on his hands and knees, mumbling about disrespectful brats. You know those kunai Nobo had, and the things they came in? They're called holsters, dumbass. The kunai and their holsters? Why would you want those? You already have your swords, those. At this point the man made the air quotes / bunny ears signs with his hands. Uzumaki shuriken, your sealing supplies, and the standard kunai and shuriken. Why would you need anything else? Are you trying to be a weapons master? No, of course not. But just because I want to use them, doesn't mean that no one else will. I want to put them in the armory when we get back, he said with a smile, causing Jiraiya to do the same. Sure, Gaki, I'll put them into a scroll for you. Now, on to more important business. Why didn't you use those shuriken of yours, summons, or your kaketsu? I forgot, said Naruto sheepishly, causing three voices to say the same thing at the same time. Dumbass, dumbass, dumbass. 2 days later, road to Konoha. Naruto had been fully healed. It made a bit of a difference when you had a friend that could help you regenerate, a gene pool that made you almost impossible to kill, and the single greatest medic in the world on your side. And it was finally time for the group to go home, with most of them being very excited. Jiraiya was excited because of future research prospects, and because Naruto had told him that he would finally be able to see his experiment if it went right. Naruto was excited to go home to see Haku, Asagao, and Keihi, as well as to see if his experiment went right. Shizen was eager to get going because she and Tsunade were finally able to stop roaming Hai no Kuni. Tsunade was excited because she would be able to run the hospital as she saw fit and to visit her new family. And Tun was being carried by Shizen. About an hour after they had left, something with several descriptions happened, depending on the viewpoint. Naruto had found it awesome, Jiraiya and Tsunade had found it surprising and got into battle-ready stances. Shizen and Tun had found it terrifying. A couple of spandex-wearing males would have found it youthful in some manner or another, and a certain bun-haired girl would have found it highly erotic, for it was a massive explosion, large enough to form a mushroom cloud. Yes! It's beautiful, Daipeo! Screamed an ecstatic Naruto as he fell to his knees, lifted his arms so they were parallel to the ground, and cried, "What the fuck was that?" Screamed a terrified Shizen as Tun buried her head into Shizen's clothes. "It was my newest invention," responded the crying blonde. "And what would that be?" asked Jiraiya, extremely worried about the blonde and his intentions with whatever it was he had made. "Well, I like the explosions from tags, and I found it surprising that such a large blast could come from something so small, so I thought, what would happen if one were to make an exploding scroll?" said Naruto from his place on the tear-stained ground. "Naruto, 4 things are going to happen. 1. You are going to teach me how to make that. 2. You are going to hand over all of the exploding scrolls you have now. 3. You are going to tell Sarutobi-sensei about this. And 4. I'm going to buy you all the ramen you can stuff into your face, you fucking genius," Jiraiya told him, the volume of his voice increasing until he was shouting, "Konohagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower." And after Naruto's explanation, we proceeded home without complication, Sarutobi-sensei, finished Jiraiya as he stood in front of the Hokage's desk. "Very well, Jiraiya, Naruto-kun, you may pick up your pay first thing tomorrow morning. Now, Naruto-kun, I'd like to see this exploding scroll of yours, and I request that you teach it to a few people whom I choose. As long as it's not Sakura or the team, I really don't care who you want me to teach it to. Though I would prefer that as few people as possible know about this Gigi," responded the blonde. "Very well. Anbu, please bring Nara Shikaku, the Anbu commander, 5, and my advisors here, please," asked Hiruzen as Nico appeared. "Wait, Nico-san. Could you also bring Higurashi and my younger siblings here as well?" asked Naruto. "Please do so, Nico," said the Hokage as the female Anbu looked at him for confirmation. About 10 minutes later, the 7 people sent for arrived in the office along with Shimura Danzo, as he had been having a conversation with the advisors when they had been sent for. "What is it you wish to discuss, Hokage-sama?" asked Mitokado Hamura, one of the advisors and apparent spokesperson for the group asked. As the Hokage was about to answer, there was a rather shrill shout of Aniki, as twin red blurs shot towards Naruto, knocking him over. After a tearful reunion, an introduction of the twins and Tsunade where she almost killed them both via suffocation with her massive breasts, the group was led by the Hokage to an isolated cliff overlooking a section of the forest. "Would you please explain now, Hokage-sama?" asked Hamura once more. "If you would, Naruto-kun." He indicated the blonde, instead of answering. "Well, I'm not sure what you're here to do, but I'm here to blow something up. Higurashi-san is here to witness it, and tell me if he wants to sell it in his shop. My siblings are here to meet Bachan, and Bachan is here to meet the twins." He responded, Interesting. "And why would we be here to witness an explosion?" asked Yurutane Koharu, the second advisor. Instead of answering, Naruto made 5 clones, gave one a scroll, and sent him off. After about 5 minutes of conversation, Naruto stood up along with 2 of his clones and each shouted, one at a time, "Fire in the hole," shouted the original, facing off to the left. "Fire in the hole," shouted Clone 1, facing forwards. "Fire in the hole," shouted Clone 2, facing right. 3, shouted the original again, facing the same direction. 2, shouted Clone 1 again, also facing the same direction. 1, shouted Clone 2, who was facing the same direction as well. 6. It was at that point that Naruto punched his final clone in the head, dispelling it. Then, after a brief delay, a massive explosion once again tore through the woodlands, forming a mushroom cloud. At this point, the shared thought in everyone's head, including those who had already seen it, except for Naruto, was, "Holy shit." It took about 5 minutes to get everybody back to the world of the living, and after they did, Naruto had a discussion with the Hokage on who to teach. Naruto only wanted to teach Jiraiya, but the third asked him to also teach himself, Shikako, Tsunade, and the Umbu commander as well, and that it would be listed as another B-rank mission, with pay, for him if he did. When that was settled, Naruto and Higurashi began to talk about selling the scroll, and eventually came to an agreement. Higurashi would sell it in his store, but customers would have to special order them, as the man didn't want something like that in his store for any extended period of time. 1 week later, it had been a busy week for pretty much everyone in the village, but none more so than 5 of the 6 residents of the Uzumaki district, and 1 ice user, Naruto, Keihi, Asagao, Tsunade, Shizen, Haku. Naruto was training pretty much non-stop on his chakra control in order to learn even the least effective of medical jutsu Tsunade had promised to teach him. 7. He had also learned and taught Tsunade and Shizen the seals that could convert regular chakra to medical chakra. That little fact pissed off Jiraiya to no end, and was moving on to various other medical seals, though he had slowed down with them for the moment. He would also train with both the twins and Jiraiya. The twins were placed into the academy, which was an extremely proud day for the 3 Uzumakis, and lead to the 3 of them being placed in the hospital for overeating at Ichiraku's as Tsunade and Shizen teased them, while Tuntun comforted them. For Tsunade and Shizen, they had moved into one of the houses in the Uzumaki district. Tsunade had then turned the hospital on its ass with the help of Shizen, training several medics to enhance their abilities, and training new ones, including, and in this story, most importantly, Haku. Tsunade would also attend meetings with Jiraiya and the 3rd Hokage, in which no one knew what happened. Haku would spend most of her days with Tenten, who helped her with her weapons skills, in the hospital, working on her medical skills, and working directly under Tsunade, for whom she had become a second apprentice, or with Naruto. It was a rather nice day, and Naruto and Haku were eating together on a bench after getting some onigiri. 8. When 2 square rocks with eye holes walked up to them. After the 2 of them stared at the boxes and vice versa for a few minutes, Naruto finally couldn't handle it anymore. "What are you doing? I've repeatedly told you that rocks aren't rectangular. That's just like you to figure it out, just what I'd expect from my rival," said one of the rocks as they began to flash a bright white before exploding in a massive amount of smoke. "Cough, cough, cough, too much smoke," said a voice as the smoke cleared, revealing 6 children, 5 of whom were wearing goggles on their foreheads. "I am the future Hokage, Konohamaru," said a boy with brown hair and eyes, a long blue scarf, and a skull cap, as he struck a pose. "I am the sassiest kunoichi in Konoha Moegi," said a little girl with orange hair done up in 2 gravity-defying pigtails and blush marks on her cheeks, as she too struck a pose, but behind and to the left of Konohamaru. "I'm the smartest boy in Konoha Udon," said a boy with his black hair in a bowl cut, snot coming out of his nose, and glasses, as he struck a pose behind and to the right of Konohamaru. "I'm annoying," Naruto interrupted the boy, who turned out to be Keihi. "That's not fair, Aniki, you should have let him finish," said Asagao, who had her hands on Keihi's shoulders as he crouched in the dirt with a rain cloud over him. "Can I go now?" asked the only one who wasn't wearing goggles, a girl that was a Hyuga based off her eyes. "Sure," Hanabi sighed Konohamaru, prompting the girl to leave. "You said you were gonna play ninja with us today, Aniki?" said a recovered Keihi. "I find it cute, but why would you play ninja, Naruto-kun?" asked Haku. "She likes him," was the combined thought of the 5 children, "because they want to be ninjas," explained Naruto. It helps with things like evasion, kunai and shuriken throwing skills, hiding, detection, trap making, and other things. Explained Naruto to a nodding Haku. Is this your girlfriend, boss? Asked a smirking Konohamaru, making the two teenagers blush. I like this one more than that bitch with the huge forehead, he remarked, causing the other four children to nod their heads. Then, an aura of death enveloped the area, making Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udan slowly turn and see a demonic Sakura. Keihi and Asuga were concerned as well, but only for the other three's safety, since while Naruto was around, his natural Aniki instincts pretty much made them untouchable, as demonstrated when Sakura ate dirt the first time she had tried to hit Keihi for in his presence for being rude. You brat! Screamed Sakura. At this, the Konohamaru ninja squad ran away screaming, followed by a furious Sakura. Let's go make sure Sakura doesn't kill them, sighed Naruto, prompting the other three to follow him. As they neared the corner, they heard a voice say, Hey you little shit, that hurt. Well, that's that, now here's an omake. Jiraiya's teaching methods. It was an average day in Konoha. The birds were chirping, the trees were green, several individuals were leaving to go shed the blood of people they didn't know, and somewhere a blonde-haired boy and a white-haired man were having their first lesson. Why am I supposed to wear this? Asked Naruto as he fiddled with a collar with a rather large black box on it that Jiraiya had made him put on. Cookie if you know what it is. Just a little incentive to get the seals right, responded the pervert, as he fiddled with a small black cylinder with a red circle on top that fit in the palm of his hand. All right, I want you to write the most perfect right-hand barrier tag I showed you that you can. I don't care about speed, I just want quality. At this Naruto nodded and took out his sealing supplies, a brush, an empty paper tag, and a bottle of ink made with his blood. Naruto slowly drew the seal for the tag as well as he could. After about a minute he was finished. Blowing on it to dry the ink, he then handed it to Jiraiya for quality inspection. 2 minutes of examination later, Jiraiya had a solemn expression on his face. Sorry Gaki, this isn't up to snuff, I'm going to have to punish you, he finally said. What do you mean hhh? Get up you big baby, it was only 25,000 volts, scolded the Toad Sannin as he glared at the twitching form of his apprentice. What the hell was that? Screamed Naruto, still having muscle spasms on the ground. A shock collar, replied Jiraiya nonchalantly. What? Why would you give me a shock collar? Asked the blonde. So you'll get it right, and it's funny as all hell, said the Sannin as he pushed the button again. Aha, now man up and write that tag again. How about you put this damn thing on, see how much of a man you are, grumbled Naruto. Unfortunately for Naruto though, the Sannin had heard him. Are you kidding me? That crap hurts, there's no way I'm putting that thing on, he said as he once again pressed the button. Aha, yep, just another average day in Konoha. Thank you for watching this video, I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to see the next part, don't forget to turn on notifications by hitting that bell icon. Please like, subscribe, and comment below to let me know your thoughts. Check out my other videos for more content you might enjoy. Until next time, take care.